What can't be done, I'll do myself.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I'm gonna come.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back! Shut up, bitch! I like how you...
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
What is that?
I don't really care, Margaret.
The N-word.
I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him?
Go home to mommy.
I like how you...
I'm gonna come.
It is Friday, and so we shall fry-labe. It works better in text than it does spoken word. Got a whole new setup. Well, not whole new, but rather new. Shout out to Absolute Patriot, good friend of the show, Duffhead, for the provision of the new monitor. The monitor that works with polarized sunglasses. I've got me a 34-inch curved monitor here in front of me. I got my old 34-inch monitor that I can't see with polarized sunglasses. It's right up there. Let's see, I can kind of get it if I do that. And it's kind of funny because even if I'm looking at the one down here, it has like this bar of like weird fuzziness right up here at the top. It's like, no, I sense the forbidden monitor. It's showing. So I had to kind of rearrange things a little bit here. And I do see that I set my camera up a little bit higher to try to fit it into the right spot over here. And I think I need to tilt it down just a little bit because you've got me like collarbones up. It's making me I'm looking like a gnome over here. I'm looking like Daryl. I am not Daryl. I am very tall. I'm extremely tall, dark, and handsome. But hopefully everything else will work. It's absolutely remarkable. One of the great things about this monitor that I didn't even think of until Duff sent it over here and I got it set up is the resolution is I don't know what the word is for here. I'm not a fucking nerd. The resolution is more better. So I can actually easily fit more on the screen to the point where I could almost, if I just had this one and the other one, I could almost do it without the third monitor. We'll see. I may be able to just get this without the third monitor. And especially once I get an iPad, I'm going to get an iPad and use it for the soundboard. But I might even be able to give the extra one to the wife, not have to buy her a new one. She would be very happy about that. So we'll see. We got to get her new computer first. Yeah, we're doing an afternoon lab today because it is Halloween. Happy Halloween! I hope you guys have been listening to the EWBSX Halloween special. Cyberbully and Daryl really went overboard with this one. It's phenomenal. Very, very good. Been jamming out to it all morning. And got to get this done so that we can go do some trick-or-treating this evening. Eastwood's costume is nearly finished. And I've just got to give a massive shout out to Amy. She is a superhero. Just incredible. Incredible. The work that she has done on this. I helped with like the brainstorming on the structure, like the engineering part of it, and she has done the overwhelming majority of the actual construction of it, and it looks incredible. Once we get him out there in it tonight, I'll post some pictures so you guys can partake in it. We even got a little wireless speaker that we're gonna put in the back of the wagon and play tractor sounds, and maybe we'll play WBSX. We'll see. So we'll drive around in his little tractor and serenade the entire neighborhood. So I got to get done in time for that. But yeah, this is nice doing this in the afternoon. Like to make this happen more often. It was actually pretty easy today because I've got very few tabs, relatively speaking, in large part because 2 of those tabs are long videos. I promised you guys that I would do the rest of that Nick Fuentes reaction to his or recapping of his conversation with Tucker Carlson, and it was just getting to the good stuff when I had to pause at the end of the last one. So we're going to finish that one up, and then I'm going to play for you guys as much as I can of JD Vance's entire TPUSA speech and then Q&A because it was tremendous, absolutely tremendous. It was almost as if I thought this while I was listening to it, and I said this to someone, I can't remember who it was, that to me that Q&A was essentially as if someone from Twitter, someone from right-wing Twitter, gave him a list of subjects to address, and he knocked every single one of them out of the park. And the great part about this was none of his remarks were scripted either.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Damn!
Make those Ericssons, you crazy kids.
Whoa, that was not the voice that was supposed to be. Well, thank you, Heinz. $69.68. We will make some Ericssons. The Make More Ericssons Fund link is pinned in the chat. Thank you, my friend. The Ketchup Man has revealed himself with a banger. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Here, let's catch up on these other ones. A couple other super chats that came in. Yeah, that voice was the voice was it's Justin, a American voice, and somehow it wound up being Justine. I don't know. That was very interesting. We'll see. We'll see how that works. We got an alpha male alert. Alpha male alert.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money,
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Last minute push to get you to your monthly goal. Also, join the fucking Discord so we can all make fun of hens.
Perfect timing for that one. Join the Discord. This is a very weird voice. I don't know that I can change it midstream, so we might just be stuck with that one for this time. It sounds to me like what's her name from? She does the voice of Bob's Burgers. All the names just escape me as soon as I want to say them. The girl from Bob's Burgers. That's who her voice sounds like to me. And then we got another one here from Hermetic Hegemony. Good to see you, man.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Afternoon, Mr. Kingpilled. That business which I started with my friend did not work out. He quit after I'd already left the nuclear medicine technology program at my school. Saving for a house. You patriots will see me more when I stop being poor.
The white man is back, baby.
Another one.
The white man is back.
This voice is creepy. And sounds like she needs slapped in the face.
Easy there, Cable. Easy there. We gotta keep the horny posting to the Discord. Is that shoe on head? Oh no! Oh no! All right, we're gonna have to get the bonk stick out for this episode. I think as long as this voice is up there. Thank you, Cable. Thank you for the tip, man. Very much appreciate you. Hermetic Hegemony, I'm sorry to hear that the business didn't work out. That's a bummer. You kind of got hung out to dry by your buddy. Quit he quit on the gig after you had already left the nuclear medicine technology program. Well, good for you for keeping your chin up, and you don't have to tip. Just come around. Just come around and say, "Hey, what's up?" every once in a while. Good to see you. All right, thank you guys for the contributions toward my streamer salary. This is the end of the month, and got to get as much as we can for the Make More Ericsson's fund. So I appreciate you guys with your contributions to that. The link is pinned in the Kick chat, tips.kingpill.com. If you're watching this on X, I invite you to come over to Kick, create an account, wait for 6 minutes, and then you can participate. And if you would like to use all the fun reaction memes, the channel-specific reaction memes there, then you can become a Kick subscriber. It's only $5 a month, and of that $5, Kick only takes 5%, unlike YouTube, which takes like 30%. So we are at, oh no! We were at 109 subs, and now we're at 108. Oh no, someone's got a sub. We got to get back up to, actually we need 2 more subs, because we got to get to 110. We can't be going back in time here. That's not going to do. Kick rocks. Barndon says, kick rocks. I don't know if that's if that's dismissive or exultant.
Welcome to the Gulag.
Oh, there we go.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Caradwin. Dave TBH. Oh, Dave Johnson is gifted a sub, and that reminds me, I almost forgot.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
So true, Mr. President. Thank you for always providing us with your wisdom. You guys talking about Clint? What's this about Clint? Why are we... Louise, yes, thank you. Thank you, Kate. Louise, that's who I was thinking of. Louise from Bob's Burgers. Clint Russell has lost his mind. He's saying Fuentes has beat TPUSA. Russell
Welcome
has
to
gone
the
full
Gulag.
anti-Vance too.
If you survive, you earn your freedom.
And Living Dead has gifted a sub to Cable. Well, this is working out great. Now we're back up to 110. Whew, that was close. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Uh-oh.
King Pilled, the #1 sexual podcast of center-left lovers.
Thank you, Nematode. Thank you for the $10 tip. Now that's reading that or hearing that, I should say, after Life Support Unplugger said I've heard this voice on another stream and I heard it's supposed to be a little boy. Uh-oh. Everything just got real uncomfortable. That's weird. If Justin is supposed to be a little boy, I guess that would, a little boy's voice and a woman's voice can sound pretty similar. But okay, what are you guys saying about Clint Russell? He's gone full anti-Vance. Yeah, those the long time King Pilled followers may know about the Clint Russell lore with yours truly. But I'll say this. I'll say Clint Russell has a very finely tuned nose for what he thinks is going to be popular soon. I'll just say that. SideQuest Kyle says, I don't really see TPUSA and the Groypers as in competition. There's some sort of symbiosis going on. Yeah, I agree. We'll actually get into a lot of that. The alpha male alert was from Dave. Did I not mention that? Yes. Yeah, that was Dave. Dave Johnson. If there's a tip message that makes fun of Heinz, then you can be sure it was probably from Dave. I'm surprised he didn't say something about the Earth being flat. Just trying to get a rise out of him. There is a little bit of Matt Kingpilled and Clint Russell lore. Way back in the day, I went on his show with Cyprian, aka Vin Armani, and we talked about the Mises Caucus and Dave Smith, and the conversation got a little off the rails and turned into a whole big thing. And yeah, that's the good old days. Very much the good old days. Those of you who were around then, that was fun times. I'm glad those times are in the past, though. Matt is let's just say a hunter of predators. Yeah, that was that kind of. It's funny. Dave Smith and I had DM'd back and forth a little bit just before that, and it was very good. He hit me up because he heard me on Pete Quinones. This is back when I was first starting to really critique libertarianism and talking about the Mises Caucus and mentioned Moldbug and formalism and all those such things. And Dave heard me on that. I was like, oh, I really enjoyed what you had to say, and we kind of DM back and forth, and I told him, I was like, on some of my streams recently, I've been really critical of you, but I want you to know it comes from a good place. And he was like, no, it's all good. I totally understand. And then a couple days later, we did that stream, and that was kind of the end of the possibility of Dave and I being friends. I think it is what it is. All right, so what are we going to do today? I got a few odds and ends tabs here, and then I've got the last, I think it's about 40 minutes or so of the conversation, or of the monologue from Nick Fuentes, where he really I think he's defining America first, and kind of it's sort of like a declaration of purpose, you might say, and it's very good, very, very good. So I'm going to play that, and we'll have a little commentary with that, and then we're going to watch this stream of JD Vance at the TPUSA event, and I got a few other things in between. But before we get started on that, let me tell you guys that on Monday evening, another one.
Oh my god, it's Shuan Head here, filling in for German Mustache Man Voice today. I'm so moist. Send Matt your monies, so we can help him make more babies. Live on stream. Mega bonks in the chat. Bonk me so hard.
All right, Austin. Now I'm very uncomfortable because I don't know if I don't know if bonking you is going to help the matter, or if it's going to make things worse. This is you've caused quite a dilemma here. It's almost like you really, really want to get bonked. Yeah, he's fetishizing the bonk. Thank you for the tip, man. I appreciate it. I don't know if we're going to be able to keep this voice on there just because you guys aren't going to be able to control yourself with the tips. Thank you guys. Monday evening, I will be over on Mir and Chuck Now for Meet the Blessed. And this is Jason's new panel show, new Orthodox focused panel show. It's not just for Orthodox people, but it is I suppose primarily targeted at Orthodox people. If you're not Orthodox, you're very welcome. And I will be joined with him by Ben Luigi, Orthodox Luigi from Twitter, and Cleaved Antiquity, a guy. He's been a Protestant apologist who recently decided to convert to Orthodoxy. Is currently a catechumen. So we'll be having a very interesting conversation. I invite you guys to come join us for that. And make sure you're following Jason. He is doing some big stuff, and he's got many more big things to come. And I should be over there again. Beyond this Meet the Blessed stream, I think I'll be over there again soon from the sound of it. So make sure you follow that, and I'm going to do my best to see if I can get an afternoon lab out on Monday before that. That stream is going to be at 9 p.m. Eastern, so 8 p.m. my time. I'm going to try to get a lab out before then. I think I've got some ideas for some easy content. That's what made this stream easy to do, because I already basically had all the stuff. I didn't have to sit down and put a whole bunch of things together and think about what I was going to say. It all just kind of came naturally. It's really nice when that happens, but it doesn't always happen. Kate says the first time in a long time that Matt will be streaming at the same time as Oren. Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. I'm kind of curious to see what will happen with the viewership if I consistently stream in the middle of the day. I kind of suspect that it would be higher. Thus far, that hasn't borne out, but it is a holiday. It is at the same time as other people, and there are a lot of there are other people that are streaming right now, so people aren't used to me streaming at this time. We'll see if I can keep this up. I'd like to keep this up. I can't make any promises. So stay tuned. Follow the King Pill Telegram channel for alerts when I am going to go live. And also EWBSX. Make sure you download the app. Go follow over there. We got a pretty big announcement coming in the near future over there. We got the Halloween special, and stay tuned over there because there's going to be another big announcement coming very shortly that I think some of you guys will be very happy to hear about. Okay. Is that all I was going to say? Tip link, EWBSX, Jason, costume. Yep, I think that was everything. Let us get rocking and rolling here. I used to have Streamlabs over on this side. Now Streamlabs is on this side. So I basically switched Streamlabs and the Kick Studio back office thing here. So I'm going to be getting crossed up here for a little while. But I really like this new setup. Make sure everything works right. It's looking right. Looking good. Oh, excellent. Okay. Surf said to post something positive or beautiful, and Logan Hall complied. This is absolutely positive and beautiful. Gonna get you in your feelings a little, perhaps.
We love you. We will be back in some form.
His bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then and believe even more so now that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
We won indeed. Look at that great and glorious man. Hines says the last 10 years has been insane, better than any movie. Maybe that's why I've basically stopped watching movies and TV shows, because I can just watch real life, and there's more twists and turns. It's more entertaining even than any show. So the White House is in their bag again, as they say. You guys may remember this little event that happened. Was it last year? A couple years ago? Whenever it happened, when kids showed up trick-or-treating, and Trump, he was wearing a Minions costume, and Trump with the candy on his head. We've got a modern adaptation.
He did the Monster Mash.
The Monster Mash.
It wasn't. Taking one of the funniest things I've ever seen and just making it even funnier. Then he did it again. This is this year. This is yesterday. What is he saying to him? I think he might have said something about on top of your head. Words cannot express how much I adore this man. He is America's grandpa. I hope that I could be just the tiniest fraction of as good of a grandpa as he is. He is grandpa maxing. And then this was one of the best costumes. You know, I'm rather tuned into quality costumes this year. And look at this one. If I hadn't married the woman who made this year's best costume, then I would say that this mom takes the cake, because it's just too perfect. Billions must eat candy. Here's a bit of good news. Trump is shrinking the refugee cap from 125,000 to 7,500, most slots for Afrikaners escaping anti-whiteness. We've heard rumors of this, and it has now been confirmed. by the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States in accordance with Section 207 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, and after appropriate consultations with the Congress, I hereby make the following determinations and authorize the following actions. The admissions of up to 7,500 refugees to the United States during fiscal year 2026 is justified by humanitarian concerns or is otherwise in the national interest. The admissions number shall primarily be allocated among Afrikaners from South Africa, pursuant to Executive Order 14204, and other victims of illegal or unjust discrimination in their respective homelands. Refugee admissions under this determination, which may reach but not exceed the numerical limit described herein, are in all respects subject to the requirements of other presidential policies and actions, whether issued prior or subsequent to this determination. And he lists off the other ones that are relevant here. We heard that this was coming. It was rumored. Now it is confirmed. The refugee cap has been massively reduced, and they're focusing primarily on Afrikaners escaping anti-whiteness. And the Department of Homeland Security is now posting Lana edits. The culture has been. I even saw a video. You know the Velociraptor chick, that lib podcaster. She's rather terrifying looking. Who's been Fed posting on Maine recently? Yeah, she's now making fun of Republicans for being like. She's like. I don't remember the context of it, but she was calling them like gay and fags, and I don't remember if she said fag, but. Saying gay and retarded and making fun of them for being gay. Yeah. We have completely taken over the culture.
Is very strange to me. You've got to pick up every stage. You've got to pick up every stage. Beatniks are out to make it rich. Oh no. Must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch. Must be the season of the witch.
There will be no sanctuary for creatures and criminals of the night. And then the Department of Labor posted this. Young Americans have had the American dream stolen from them as jobs have been replaced by foreign workers due to rampant abuse of the H-1B visa. You know, I'm old enough to remember when we were informed vociferously, reliably, that this administration wanted to maximize immigrants, infinity jeets, exponentially increasing the number of Squatemalans to work in the fields. That's what I was told. And yet here we have the actual Department of Labor account explicitly stating that young Americans have had the American dream stolen from them as jobs have been replaced by foreign workers due to rampant abuse of the H-1B visa. You couldn't even talk about this in public a couple of years ago. And if you did, nobody would pay any attention. Nobody cared. But now it says, under POTUS and Secretary LCD's leadership, we're holding the companies accountable for their abuse and recapturing the American dream for the American people.
For generations, we've told Americans that if they work hard enough, they can achieve the American dream. But many young Americans have had this dream stolen from them. Their jobs were replaced by foreign workers as politicians and bureaucrats allowed companies to abuse the H-1B visa. But now, President Trump is delivering a new opportunity for young Americans. Through Project Firewall, we're taking action to hold companies accountable for H-1B abuse and ensure they prioritize Americans in the hiring process, recapturing the American dream for the American people.
Slutty Milk says, to Infinigite and H1 beyond. Give him the How Does He Do It Again award. Now this guy here is an interesting follow. Chief Engineer. It's at Engineer Chief CE. He posted this a couple days ago, and it seems as if this is true. He says, I'm skeptical, but I guess I will pass it on. H-1B layoff in progress. Remember the news reports that came out just recently about all the big Fortune 500 companies that were laying off tons and tons of people? Well, it sounds as if a significant percentage of those people are H-1Bs. He says, I have several DMs that large swaths of visa labor is being removed due to pending regulations that will make them a liability for companies. Apparently they can't say anything or they risk their severance. I have some screenshots, but nothing more. I'm watching Blind, Fishbowl, Reddit, and others because they literally cannot keep their mouths shut. Here are the screens. So this one here was from, this is on Facebook, it looks like. Neighbors, I have a different ask if you and the admins will indulge me. Today, approximately 1,800 people at Target lost their jobs. This is West St. Paul neighbors. Quite a lot of them are Indians on H-1B visas. If in 60 days they cannot find a job, they will have to move back to India after staying and working in this country for years hoping to get a green card. Some of them have kids who were born here and who have lived here all their lives, so India is foreign to them. If you know of any IT-related jobs, please reach out to me so I can connect you with my friends. I'm begging you. P.S. There are Target employees from India on this page. While we respect your political views toward Target, I would love it if you kept your comments strictly to job links and tips. Another one. Laid off Amazon employees. Are you H-1B or U.S. citizen? And this is on some forum, tech industry, JP Morgan Chase. And of the votes here, the majority of them are just the popcorn. People just want to see the results. But small sample size, a significant chunk of these are of the actual people here. Basically, 2/3 of the actual people here who are actually laid off were laid off Amazon employees who are H-1Bs. And then, here's another one. Layoffs are finally hitting H-1B holders. Google data shows searches for one-way flight to India hit an unprecedented 5-year peak in August of 2025. Now, I think 4chan may have contributed to that. I'm not sure. Similarly, we also see massive spikes in searches for flights back to India and China in general. Maybe the rest of the H-1B holders should take the hint and start packing their bags and their incredible skills back home. And I haven't seen anybody else talking about this, but this guy's been on it. And there's lots of other indicators that these layoffs that are happening, many of them are foreigners on work visas who are being laid off because these companies know something is coming soon. Same guy, chief engineer, has a banger here. He says, so you say the administration is doing nothing about visas? Take a look below. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Every single one of these changes hit the visa crowd in the last 10 months. It's not random, it's a coordinated strategy that slows, audits, caps, and raises the cost at every level. The real explanation of strategies in the comments for anyone who wants to understand how the system actually works. It's an obvious game plan, one post for each category because it's a mind-boggling amount of information. So under the heading of visa cost and entry barriers, you have a $100,000 fee for new H-1B petitions, a visa integrity fee proposed for all non-immigrant visas, higher rejection rates and adjudication delays across USCIS, in-person interviews now mandatory for nearly all categories, interview waiver programs mostly eliminated worldwide, interviews restricted to home country consulates only. That's a big one. If you have an interview scheduled and you're in the country, you have to leave the country and go back to your home country to be interviewed at the consulate. Third country stamping, now largely prohibited. Biometrics and face scans required for renewals. Social media vetting expanded to all applicants. Anti-American content triggers visa denial or removal. That was one category. Next category, work and employer restrictions. Random H-1B lottery replaced with wage-based selection. Employer audits and site visits expanded nationwide. Automatic EAD extensions ended. Remote work visas flagged for inspection. L1 and H-1B employers face payroll verification audits. Department of Labor fines raised for misclassification and wage violations. Consular revalidation required for expired H-1B stamps. Again, if your H-1B stamp expires, you have to go back to your home country and go to the consulate. Grace period shortened after termination. No internal extensions without consular readjudication. Public charge rules reinstated for immigrant workers. Florida bans H-1B hires at state universities. Next category, student and exchange programs. 4-year cap proposed for F1 and J1 status, OPT and CPT under nationwide audit review, Day 1 CPT targeted for termination and revocation, SEVP schools face new DHS compliance audits, fixed stay model replaces duration of status, STEM extensions limited by new degree field audits, SEVIS late reporting can trigger termination and removal, in-person biometrics required for OPT removals. Next category, financial and benefit restrictions. SBA loans restricted to U.S. citizens and permanent residents only. Federal small business aid barred for non-immigrant visa holders. No PPP or disaster loan eligibility for temporary foreign workers. HUD housing benefits and FHA loans limited to citizens. Federal student aid programs restricted to U.S. nationals only. Public benefit rule reinstated for immigrants using assistance. Social Security work credits invalidated if visa status lapses. Tax credits and rebates limited to citizens and green card holders. Certain stimulus or refund payments clawed back post-audit. Next category. I'm going through every single one of these. So we have a record of all of this. Even if this tweet gets deleted, it will stay, this record will stay live on this show. We can point to this for every single person who wants to say they're not doing anything. They're not doing enough. They don't care about it. They're just posting memes. Retards. Family, immigrant, and diversity visas. Marriage-based filings require second in-person review. Fraud detection unit expanded for family petitions. Diversity visa slots cut to 50,000 annually. India, China, Mexico, and 17 others excluded from lottery. Travel bans renewed for 19 high-risk nations. Country of origin quota tightening under new bulletin. An eligible nations list expanded under security criteria. Next category. Security and background screening. Expanded interagency vetting across FBI, DHS, state, and IRS. New AI-based risk scoring pilot for visa applicants. Mandatory social media review before approval or renewal. Watch list expansion adds propaganda and material support grounds. Exit tracking linked to airline manifests and biometric scans. Biometric rechecks required at renewal or reentry. Status tracking tied to airline and credit databases. Next category, legal and compliance oversight. Random post-approval audits for all employment-based visas. DOJ task force targeting visa fraud and proxy interviews. Immigration attorneys must disclose third-party preparers. Revocation for false credentials or resume misrepresentation. Higher fines for I-9 and sponsorship record violations. Late fee penalties expanded for delayed filings. FOIA access to immigration files restricted to petitioners only. Next category, travel and entry logistics. Secondary screening added for visa holders at ports of entry. Global entry and TSA PreCheck limited to citizens and residents. ESTA denials increased after expanded travel ban criteria. Advanced parole requests frequently delayed or denied. Laid-off visa workers require full consular revetting to re-enter. Country-specific travel suspensions renewed for multiple regions. Harsher penalties for overstays, even under 30 days. Re-entry bans lengthened for any unauthorized employment. Advanced parole automatically canceled by international travel. State and local enforcement, next to category. States expanding e-verify mandates for public contracts. State universities auditing and banning foreign worker programs. Driver license rules tightened for visas expiring under 1 year. Citizenship proof required for business or professional licenses. Next category, corporate and institutional policy shifts. Federal contractors must disclose foreign labor ratios. Visa costs no longer reimbursable under many federal grants. Research funding conditioned on U.S. citizen staffing. Corporate policies restricting foreign nationals from secure systems. Export control checks required for dual-use technology access. Internal ICE referrals increased for administrative status errors. Next category, administrative and procedural hurdles. Filing fees raised across USCIS forms and petitions. Mandatory new forms replacing older versions. Online filing portal delays causing missed cap submissions. Extra notarization and certified translation now required. Duplicate data entry across USCIS, SEVIS, and CBP. Waiver categories narrowed for hardship and travel exceptions. Deferred action renewals paused pending policy review. And last category, enforcement and removals. Mid-status visa revocations rising after social media audits. In other words, if you're in the middle, your visa's getting revoked, after people audit your social media and find anti-American posting there. Deportations ordered for status violations or false filings, overstay tracking tied to real-time flight and I-94 data, status revalidation delays causing forced departures, security-based revocations for political or online activity, worksite raids resumed for sponsor program audits, and ICE prioritizing overstays and false address filings. He says, about to do a post on what's changed for those on a visa over the past 10 months. Research is almost done. Most folks not on a visa have no idea, but I've got the receipts. The comments will say, not enough. I keep trying and failing to show people the political science of how H-1B regulations actually work. Congress and the Senate are the only ones who can make lasting changes. The executive office can only go so far. If they push too hard, they get sued and everything freezes for years while the courts decide. So instead, they use strategy, nudging things just far enough that it can't be challenged. Ultimately, only our congressmen and senators can fix it. Even governors are limited. Ron DeSantis will almost certainly be sued for what he did with universities, even though the law says he has that authority. Executive orders feel good, but when they're challenged in court, they become worthless, and the next administration can cancel them with a pen stroke. What lasts are the bureaucratic policies and procedures that take years to unwind. Those can't be undone quickly. People think a president can step up and say no more H-1Bs, but it doesn't work that way. It would be like Ford deciding to stop using steel in its cars overnight, or Microsoft announcing Windows will no longer support USB drives. You can't just flip a switch. Every rule, process, and piece of infrastructure underneath has to be rewritten first. That's why this has to go through Congress. They make the laws. Everything else is just slow, careful maneuvering around the edges. So that was a whole mouthful, but I am happily pinning on my got what I voted for again pin. Because I did. Now here's a story to keep an eye on. This is the last thing before we get back to the Fuentes video. This is from War Clandestine. So something's going on. Top Trump officials are moving onto military bases to get away from left-wing protesters, aka violent extremists. There's a couple articles here. Top Trump officials are moving onto military bases. Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, and others have taken over homes that until recently housed senior officers. That was from The Atlantic, and The Independent says top Trump officials Miller, Noem, and Rubio adopt bunker mentality with housing reserved for military officers. Clandestine says that the National Guard are preparing a quick reaction force for every state, and Trump officials are moving on base. This has been confirmed now that the National Guard has been directed by the Department of War to create a quick reaction force that's trained in like urban combat and crowd control. It's like a riot response force that's supposed to be able to get to wheels up and deploy to any state in the country within a couple of hours. He says major public backlash is coming and Trump is getting all his ducks in a row beforehand. Trump and his administration have been pretty openly telling us that they're going to deploy the U.S. military to cities nationwide to stop crime, deport the illegals, and lock up all the Antifa terrorists. Sounds like the Insurrection Act is coming and members of the Trump admin are moving on into maximum security before the hammer drops. Something I'll add here is that Martin Armstrong tweeted something today that Tom Luongo, where my Luongooners at? Tom Luongo signal boosted that Martin Armstrong was talking to someone who's very close to the president, and he said, just so you know, with everything you're doing, the Europeans are going to be, like the EU, is going to hit you with some sort of false flag attack to block what's happening. And, like, you guys need to be prepared for that. And he was thinking that they were, like, they had no idea about this. And the person he was talking to, who he said was someone very close to very close to Trump, said we know. They are tuned in. They know what the stakes are. Doesn't mean that every single person in the administration does. Doesn't mean that every single person in the administration is on side, so to speak. But there are people who are. So they need our prayers. All right. So I played about, it wound up being about 30 minutes of this interview. Or not an interview, it's a live stream that Nick Fuentes did, recapping my interview with Tucker Carlson. And I stopped it right after he finished describing how Conservative Inc. creates their pipeline for talent. The way they scout people at colleges, they get them into their little activism organizations, and then they funnel them up into as like congressional staffers or political commentators or even actual politicians. And then the way that they blocked him off from that and then turned him into persona non grata so that they could then use him as a tool to block anyone else that might want to be affiliated with him. So he was describing that whole process and also the things that you're supposed to believe. There's all the small government stuff, and then also we have to support Israel, and we believe in Judeo-Christian values. And he used this. He said the Jews are the people who this is the thing almost word for word what I've said in the past. Nick, are you an Astrolabe watcher? Thank you for watching. You should watch more, because there's lots of things we talk about here on the show that never seem to make it to your desk, and I think you would be a lot less pessimistic about the administration if you knew about them. The thing he said is basically what I've said before, that Jews, modern day Judaism, is defined literally as the modern day inheritors of the ancient Hebraic tradition who defined themselves as those who rejected Christ as the Messiah. So they're quite literally the inheritors of the Judaic tradition, or they're the inheritors of the Hebraic tradition who define themselves as anti-Christ. There's a hyphen there. Meanwhile, the Christians see themselves as the inheritors of the ancient Hebraic tradition who identify themselves with Christ. So there is no Judeo-Christian. This isn't a thing. It can't even be a thing. It's like the cold hot, the wet dry. It doesn't, that dog don't hunt. So anyways, he said this. Yeah, anti-Christian Christian, right, yeah. I am the anti-Christian Christian. That's why I have Judeo-Christian values. So now, let us continue now, picking up where we left off. This is when he starts really cooking.
Critiques of him, he called me a Holocaust denier and tried. If it came down to Israel and America, I don't know which one I would pick. That's why I had beef with him. And in response to my critiques of him, he called me a Holocaust denier and tried to get me banned with clips from the ADL and Media Matters. My YouTube channel got banned 3 months after that Groyper war. So, it is a new year. It is a new era. And I'm not here just to complain. I'm not here just griping and complaining. I hope this doesn't sound like whining. I'm saying that it's interesting that after everybody knows what happened to me, which is that I got canceled for telling the truth about these things. I was red-pilled. I was the tip of the spear. I was right. Everyone's joining up with me now. Now everybody wants to keep me canceled. They took all my talking points. They agree with all my views now, but they still want to justify that they were complicit, that they were wrong, that I'm still canceled. And all I'm saying is, after all this time, is let's just acknowledge what actually took place. And I'm willing to be gracious, and I'm willing to be magnanimous, like I was with Tucker Carlson, like I have been with other people who I have had problems with in the past. But let's not pretend like I was the problem. They were the problem. I was right about...
This is the other thing he was saying, is that everyone else has now moved in his direction. All the stuff that he was saying before that he's been canceled for, all the criticism of Israel, has all become completely mainstream. Everyone's doing it now. I've got a couple interesting things with the Heritage Foundation I'll get to as soon as we finish this. It is now normal and acceptable within conservative politics, right-wing politics. It is now normalized and acceptable to be critical of the influence of the state of Israel and rich Jewish billionaires who fund and lobby on behalf of the Israeli government. It used to be completely verboten. That's the basis upon which he was canceled off the internet. Now it's normal and acceptable. So he's like, welcome, water's great, come on in. And he's saying he's willing to let bygones be bygones on this basis. And I think this is, I've talked at length about that a few months ago, I predicted that Nick was going to start making a turn soon. And was going to wind up. He's going to have to choose between keeping his current audience that is not that great and mainstreaming. And making that move is going to require, part of it comes with, I think, like part of the reason why I could see it coming is number one, just listening to him and starting to get some of this, like getting exasperated with people for spurging out too hard about the Jews. He's like, come on guys, like even you're going too far for me. And then also just his age. Just he's reaching the age where young men who are typically, if they're self-aware, which he is, then typically around the late 20s, mid to late 20s, that's when you kind of start going through some changes and you start taking things more seriously. And he's kind of done two things. He's had his political commentary, which can be very serious and very insightful. Factually, especially with his analysis of the actions of the Trump administration this time around, I think he's wrong on a lot of it. But I don't think he's wrong in principle. I think he just has a lot of his facts wrong. I've said that it's a low info thing. I don't know if it's just his algorithms aren't tuned appropriately, or it's difficult to keep up with everything. I'm not just I recognize that to keep up with every single thing that's happened, that will properly frame your mind toward the posture, the personality, the trajectory of the Trump administration is a full-time job. That's been my full-time job. That's what the show has turned into, is me trying to keep up with every single thing that's happening and following all the different people I can who have good analysis on this, and then channeling that into a show where I can keep all of you guys up on this. So yeah, bandwidth issues, Borp. So I can recognize if you don't have the bandwidth for that, you got other things that are going on, and you've got your own info sources that you're drawing from. But this is why I've seen a lot of the panicans, a lot of the black pillars. I'm like, these guys are, some of them it's just a temperament thing, but a lot of them it's like you guys start talking about facts and your facts are just wrong. Either that or you've got massive holes in your fact patterns. So all of that together led me to believe, you know what? This is his time to move. His profile has been steadily increasing. And whether that's because people are he's an operative, he's a Fed, and people are making it happen, or because he's just maintained consistency so much, and the clipping of his clips and pushing them out. Like, the part of the way he was slandered was by people selectively clipping the worst things and posting them out there. Because his thing is, he does like his political analysis, and then he also does like comedy and satire. So he's sort of like a stand-up thing. And he edgelords. And so people clip all the edgelord stuff, and they push it out. Look, this is what he's all about. Most of the people who spaz out about it just don't even understand the Zoomer generation. They don't understand the way the Zoomers communicate. So he made this choice to do the comedy thing and to mix it with political analysis. And he's been known for basically his comedy bits, his irony, his satire. That's been what's clipped out and pushed out to mischaracterize him to everyone. And now he's had, with Instagram and TikTok over the last couple of years, he's had his own listeners who have been going out and clipping the good stuff, the insightful stuff. And it's starting to really resonate with people. While at the same time, the whole political environment, atmosphere has moved along to where it just simply is that he's more palatable now than he used to be, even with the stuff that's not super edgy. Post Daryl Cooper on Tucker, a lot of that stuff has become more palatable and mainstreamed. Hitler edits, getting going all over the place. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, the hype edits, the schizo edits, that's played a big role in this as well. So now is his moment to go mainstream. But in order to do that, I said he's gonna have to change up some of this stuff. And I from watching him and just kind of, I don't know, just intuition or something, just kind of reading him, I could tell that he wanted to. He was looking for an opportunity for this, and I think he was going to create one. And then it's a little morbid, but maybe it's more just kind of destiny. The Charlie Kirk assassination provided that opportunity. So now, is he doing this because, is this a cynical power play? Maybe. Is he doing this because it's, he's hitting his late 20s, starting to sober up a little bit, wanting to leave behind the shitlord thing a little bit, wanting to get more serious, wanting to be less of a commentator and actually have like a direction and an intent? I could believe both. I'm not fully convinced either way. So, for now, I'm going to choose to view this in good faith as a sincere desire to move beyond his past character that he played and evolve into a new one. And I think he also does have some powerful people on his side. I mean, he effectively has Tucker Carlson on his side now. Tucker Carlson, Martyr Maid, that opened the door. And now you have Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. And this is great because it's drawing out the worst people imaginable. They're revealing themselves for who they are. They can no longer lurk in the shadows and try to pretend that they're just good faith, interlocutors. It's forcing this issue to a head, and it's better that this issue come to a head now than that it come to a head later. Nematoder says, I think he's timing it perfectly for a switch to supporting Trump before 2026 or 2028 election while pushing the needle on Israel and others. Exactly. I agree 100%. Let's see if any of you in the chat right now don't agree with that. Let's see if that's your takeaway, if you change your mind before or by the end of this this next, 33 minutes. Let me let it play. 33.
About immigration and race in Israel, they were wrong. But let's not pretend like I was the problem. They were the problem. I was right about immigration and race in Israel. They were wrong. And that's why I was canceled. Not because I was mean, not because I was a monster, not because I'm hard to get along with. I'm very easy to get along with. If you watch these interviews, I'm nothing but friendly. I'm nothing but polite and respectful. I wait for people to finish. I think I tailor my message to my audience well. Let's just be honest.
That's undeniably true. If you watch these interviews, like, say what you will about him, whether you think he is some sort of a manipulative psychopath or if he's just a sincere dude, he's very good at tailoring himself to his audience. He's very good at speaking to the particular audience. I've watched him now with Tucker Carlson. I've watched him with Patrick Bet-David. I've watched him with Dave Smith. I've watched him with what's the guy's name? Russell Brand. And just in the last couple of weeks, he's done each of these interviews, and I've watched each of them, and his personality has been different in all of them. Yeah, Cable, he's not wrong. Nick is bordering on an S-tier rhetorician. Yes, he's very, very good. Very good. Very good code switcher. Yeah, code switching is valid if authentic, says Ninja of Spades. I agree. Now, that brings us back to the big question. Is it authentic? I don't think we can know that. If you point to a lot of people, what I see a lot of people do is they point to all this other stuff he's done and said in the past. And I'm like, yeah, I already know about all that stuff. Yes, he does have this stuff that he's done and said in the past, but he's saying himself that he's moving beyond that. He's going to let bygones be bygones, which includes with himself. In some of his recent streams, he said explicitly that he's changed himself, he's changed his messaging and changed his focus. So, yeah, he has said and done stupid stuff. Of course. That doesn't mean anything with respect to the angle that he's taking now. Until and unless he says or does something that shows that he isn't actually. That this is insincere. And to me, that's not just like counter signaling or being critical of the Trump administration or being anti JD Vance. Like I wholeheartedly disagree with him on all of those things. And I think he has the capacity to be a serious net negative, but I'm recognizing the game that he's playing. And if he continues playing this game this way, he is going to be a massive net positive.
I was right. You all were wrong. That's why there was beef. And now that you're all on my side, I am willing to let it go. It's a new year. It's 2025. I have a platform on X. I am no longer the moral entrepreneur, in the words of Overton, yelling outside of the system with a small and rabid audience. I now have 1 million followers on Twitter. I have now been on the major platforms. I recognize things have changed. The media ecosystem has changed. The conversation has changed. We have free speech. We're able to make a living. There is a general climate of free expression. These views are not only acceptable, but becoming popular. And now I am no longer the radical on the outside. I'm actually the leader on the inside.
Now, one thing that I think he would do well to recognize more, and he's mentioned this, but part of the reason why these things have become more normalized and acceptable is precisely because of significant members within and around the Trump administration. There's no way that the things would be as they are right now if it wasn't for the Trump administration. Whether it's actively encouraging it, like with immigration, they're actively encouraging this rhetoric. They've completely reframed the conversation on that front. And with Israel, it's been very clear, if you don't selectively pick out specific events or phrases and ignore all the others, then it's very, very clear that this administration has a completely different posture with respect to Israel than any administration ever has. Are they still too close to Israel? Are they still too intertwined with Israel? Perhaps. Is that a political necessity on this particular date? I would say yes. Anyone who wants to see just like a hard cut is a political neophyte. That hard cut is I'm inclined to say that hard cut is never going to come, but at least it's going to take a long time. This is just how politics is in the modern day. And you got to realize that I think it's easy to have the Saturday morning cartoon brain and look at this as just being like, oh, all they have to do is just come out and say, we will not support Israel. But you have no clue just how many, if you're trying to unwind that relationship, do you realize how many different little strings you have to untie? I mean, this should be obvious. If your problem is with the America's relationship to the state of Israel, you recognize that there's a tremendous number of these little strings that have to be untied. And yes, you have to untie at least many of them. Sure, there's some of them that you can chop off. But in 2025, it's not even remotely politically conceivable that an administration could take an openly hostile stance to Israel and completely cut off all relationship with the country and survive. So if you want that to happen, what you're saying is you want the Trump administration to die. And that's even assuming that I'm about as Israel skeptical as you could get. I'm well aware of everything. I speak in code a little bit from time to time. I'm about as Israel skeptical as you can get. And even I'm not convinced that the best approach would be a full-scale cut-off, absolutely lop apart any sort of relationship between the United States and Israel. That would go for any country. I don't think it's prudent if you're running a country. I don't think it's prudent to just have a whole hog lop off of relations with them whatsoever. Yes, Lady Milk, it's not how things work. It's like comic book brain. There's always going to be a relationship between the United States and Israel. And frankly, it would be best if that relationship is cordial. I want there to be a cordial relationship between the United States and Israel because I know just what Israel does to nations that they do not have cordial relationships with. And because I want all of the people whose primary loyalty is toward Israel to feel very comfortable going to Israel and living in Israel. I want them to feel safe and secure there. And I don't think that happens if there's an openly hostile relationship between the two. This is a very delicate line that the administration needs to walk. And it's good to have people in the commentariat who are pushing that, constantly pushing the envelope, constantly driving that forward. That's good. It's not good to have that rhetoric driving so hard that it puts the administration into a defensive posture. You got to have a little intuition here and recognize the line that they have to walk. It's still just 2025. In order for even if it was conceivable that the administration could have a whole-scale hostile relationship to Israel, it would require the administration being entirely populated with people who want that. And we're only just now talking about, like, in the last year or two, has it become normalized, and it's still massively controversial, to even talk in these terms. So expecting an administration to be wholly populated with people who are completely hip to this is madness. I'm not talking in terms of should here. I'm talking in terms of is. Just the bare facts on the ground at this point in time. And if you know anything about the Zoomer generation, you'll know that the current state of the U.S. with respect to Israel is not going to last. The Zoomer generation is perhaps the most hostile to Israel of any American generation ever. From the left and the right. So just be patient. Just hold on. It's going to happen. The world's not ending tomorrow. It's not everything has to be just perfectly right or we're all going to die tomorrow. We'll be here in a year. We'll be here in 5 years. We'll be here in 10 years. We'll be here in 20 years. We'll be here in 50 years. As far as we're aware, the world's just going to keep plugging right along. And we need that low time preference.
I'm considered the one, perhaps, with the most credibility because everybody witnessed it and everyone on some level was a party to it in politics. Whether you're on this side of the screen or this side of the screen, whether you're in politics or outside, everybody knows that. And now that I am a leader, this is what I want to do with my platform and with my audience and with my message. Now I am extremely serious about realizing America first. That's what this was always about.
So note the language here. Now that I recognize we've crossed this threshold, now I want to get really serious about this. So he's saying he's going to be magnanimous to other people. And I'm sure plenty of people are like, you're the one, everyone else is the one who needs to be magnanimous to you. And he's the one who's opening that door. Yes. Let's be magnanimous. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's close the door on that. If you're willing to do that for me, I'm willing to do that for you. So if you're not willing to do that for him, that's fine. Sure. I'm not here to declare that you pledge your allegiance to Nick Fuentes. I'm not even going to pledge my allegiance to Nick Fuentes. I just like the angle that things are going here. And I'm going to keep track of this because I think this is going to be a major issue. It's going to be significantly impactful on the electoral landscape over the next couple of election cycles. But he's signaling here, okay, now it's time to get serious. And what does that look like?
Fundamentally, the way that Shapiro changed my mind is that he made it apparent that there's a fundamental contradiction between an America First worldview and the people that are currently controlling the GOP. Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, Laura Loomer, they can never say America first because they don't believe it. Because they are Israel first. They're putting the Jewish nation first. And that has a lot to do with who they are. That has a lot to do with them being Jewish. As a Jewish people, they are deeply sympathetic to the Jewish state. And as long as America is not doing the bidding of Israel, they're going to have a problem with putting America's interests first. Now, how do we translate that into reality? We're witnessing this catastrophic failure of the Trump administration.
If there's anybody, I'd be kind of surprised if there's people who listen to the Astrolabe who need to hear this, but I'll just say it just for shits and giggles. If him saying that about Mark Levin or Ben Shapiro or Laura Loomer or any other person, if that gets if you're still squeamish about the anti-Semitism, he's playing in dangerous waters here, you need to dial down that meter. There is nothing that is genocidal about this language. No one is saying that Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and Laura Loomer need to be put into an oven. Jokes aside. People make those jokes precisely because it makes people clutch their pearls. But nobody actually wants to see that. All you would have to do is transpose this to, say, I don't know, India. Someone who's India first. Someone who cannot say America first because their allegiance is to India. That's fine. You can have your allegiance to India. Go do it from India. Or we could even say something, we could even pull it back further from that and still be ahead of where we are today. We could say, that's fine. You can be India first. You can do your damnedest to try to lobby on behalf of India. But we're going to call it out. We're going to call it for exactly what it is. We are going to out-lobby you. We are going to lobby you on behalf of our own government. We're going to lobby our own government on behalf of our own people. That's not far enough, but maybe that's where we're at right now. If you want to be a dual citizen and be in America, and you want to lobby on behalf of Israel, you're not going to be in the armed forces. You're not going to hold elected office. And you can't screech about genocide every time somebody looks at you. Own it. Be who you are. Embrace your dual loyalty. Let everyone see that you have dual loyalty. We, who are Americans and live in America, are loyal to America. And we're going to do whatever we need to ensure that America is for Americans. It's that simple. Kate says, holy crap, breaking. 2 judges ruled Trump must keep SNAP benefits running per Fox News. You have to keep funding this thing that nobody's appropriated funds for. I can't wait to see the Department of Justice's response. Okay, yeah, we're going to get right on that.
Clearly, he is not realizing an America first foreign policy. Have we withdrawn from a single war under Trump? The answer is no. He did not withdraw us from Afghanistan. Biden did. He did not withdraw us from Iraq or Syria or Somalia or any of these countries. As a matter of fact, he wants to get in more wars. He bombed Iran, and he wants to get us back in Afghanistan. It's almost inexplicable.
Here's where I'm like, for you to believe these things, it's there's the possibility that you're just straight up bad faith. I don't think that he's being bad faith. I think he genuinely believes these things. He's just genuinely not aware of the things that have happened. Yeah, Dave Smith talking points. Yes. The dude who has ended how many wars? Bombing Iran was not getting into a war with Iran. I don't care if the U.S. military gets used. I care if the U.S. military gets used in a way that's going to cost American blood. But non-interventionism is a stupid, stupid policy. You cannot run a country on non-interventionism. The idea that Trump is getting us into more wars or wants to get us into more wars, hasn't withdrawn troops, is just simply factually wrong. Yeah, Ninja Spades, bombing Iran was war prevention. Trump is the reason that we are not in more wars.
Now, a year ago, the new track is everybody said I'm a Democrat because I said I don't want to vote for Trump. I don't think that makes me a Democrat. I think that makes me an America First Republican. And America First Republicans cannot vote for regular Republicans that don't put America first. Are you serious about realizing America first, or are you just paying lip service to it? Do you want things to change? Do you believe fundamentally that things should change? Are you serious about that? Or are you content to let the country continue fighting Israel's wars and then complain about it on Twitter? Campaign for Trump, vote for Trump, and then throw your arms up and act exasperated when he brings us to war in Iran. This is why I say that in 2028, I'm an undecided voter. I'm not going to vote for J.D. Vance. I'm not necessarily going to vote Republican. I doubt I'll vote Democrat. I'm undecided. And I'm undecided because now that I am a leader in the movement, now that I have an audience, now that everybody's listening, we have to take this to the next level and say, I don't want to be told, oh, poor guy, you were attacked, now you are a bitter hater. No, I was right, and I am here to claim my prize. And my prize is that I influence a lot of young conservative men that the GOP needs.
He's exactly correct. He's recognized this reality. Now, he recognized this reality before the election. And I think he got I don't know what you call it, like a flick to the forehead when he realized he didn't quite have the sway that he thought he did. He got a little big for his britches, and he thought, you know what? I'm going to loudly campaign against Trump, and I'm going to cost Trump this election just to show how powerful I am. Now, yes, if he who said this here in the chat that Ninja of Spades said if Trump wasn't elected, people like Nick would be in a gulag. Right. This was almost the biggest own goal in history. He skated through that by the hair on his chinny chin chin. What little bit is there? He got through that. Now, the posture he's taking here is very interesting. I'm undecided right now. You need to win me over. It's time for the Republican Party to become thoroughly, 100%, openly, unabashedly America first. And we're going to put pressure on it until it does. You need to earn my vote. And I'm down with this. Especially as he continues. You know, he said, I'm not going to vote for J.D. Vance. Hold that thought. I won't comment on it just yet because there's something he says coming up here just shortly.
That they know they need to win an election. And I don't say this out of bitterness, and I don't say this for any personal reasons. I will not vote for Republicans. I will not deliver my audience to vote for Republicans if Republicans don't put America first. And if Republicans lose because they're not willing to do that, I am perfectly happy to allow them to do that to themselves. But don't blame me. Blame yourselves. If you lost a generation of extremely conservative young men that were eager and willing to vote for a conservative Republican president, if you lost them because you could not stop humiliating them, insulting them, betraying them, selling them out, ruthlessly doxing them and attacking them, exposing their group chats, Ben Shapiro wants to extract an apology from them, you have nobody but yourself to blame. Don't put that on me. They say, if the young white people, if the young conservatives don't vote, we're giving it to the Democrats. Let's start the conversation a different way. What are you going to do for us?
Yes. Yes. What are you going to do for us, Republican Party? And here I differentiate the Republican Party from the Trump administration. Obviously, the Trump administration, obviously Trump is the head of the Republican Party in technical terms. But What are you, Republican Party, Republican members of Congress, aspiring members of Congress, what are you going to do for us? Midterms are coming up soon. It's time to put the pressure on. You need to start pandering to us much, much more. And not just pandering, but following through. And here's the thing. I don't know if he realizes this or not. He may realize this and he's continuing to play his character. But if Congress became much more America first, the administration would also become much more America first. Does that make sense? The administration has to moderate itself because it needs to keep Congress on side because there's a fake majority. If the majority in Congress is built up and we have more America First Congress members, the administration is going to move correspondingly. You can already tell the administration is hiding its power levels. It's so clear. I'm going to play this video with JD Vance afterwards. So I got to get through this. I can't comment too much more, I guess. But the administration is hiding its power levels. And this isn't clear to a lot of people. I'm not sure it's clear to Nick. I suspect possibly. But the administration is hiding its power levels. And this is clear to me because of everything that I've watched, all the information that I've taken in over the past 10 plus months. There's so many things that the administration has said and done and sanctioned and tolerated and turned a blind eye to that has made it completely obvious to me. They're hiding their power levels well. Their big hang-up is Congress. Congress is not on side. If we can get Congress on side, things change.
You've been getting it wrong for generations. You wrecked my generation. How many years have Republicans controlled Congress? How many years have Republicans controlled the White House? I was born in 1998. How many years since then have Republicans had power? And what have they done about free trade, which took all the jobs, pornography and feminism, which made marriage impossible? What have they done about the open borders? They're literally taking our birthright. They're literally taking our neighborhoods one at a time and transforming them into foreign enclaves and foreign countries. They removed everything. They took everything from us. And now they say, if you don't go out and vote for more of it, you made us lose. There's no us. We are America first. You are the Republican Party. If you want America first to be a part of your coalition, then you better do something for us. Start putting America first. Start fighting for your own constituents. We are the future. We are the Americans. Put us first. And anyone that supports this message, I am willing to unite with. JD Vance, what can you do for us?
Aha! I will not vote for JD Vance in 2028. Now, anyone who puts this message first, I am willing to unite with. JD Vance, what can you do for us? Now you see the angle here.
Marco Rubio, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, any of them, Gavin Newsom, what can you do for us? That's how this works. You work for us. This is a government of, by, and for the people, not a government of, by, and for our group, which is doing some political thing, and you better get in line or get out. I don't think so. And I'm the only one that can say that because I'm the only truly organic force. My audience came from Cozy.tv and DLive. My audience came from Instagram Reels. It didn't come from Daily Wire. It didn't come from the establishment. So that's where this needs to go in the future. And let's talk a little bit about Joe Kent. And
First Citizen said it's important to remember that Tucker's son Buckley is JD Vance's comms director. Do with that information what you will. Yes, very important relationship there. Living Dead says his overall perception is coherent. He just brings in other shit that's a distraction and spends too much time counter-signaling to take overly seriously right now. Yes, I agree with that. He needs to talk a little less to Dave Smith. He needs Dave Smith's retarded overemphasis on foreign policy. And I love Dave Smith. But the overemphasis on foreign policy and the constant libertarian bent on that just is it takes IQ points off of him. It's so bad. Yes, listen to Tom Luongo. We need to send super chats to Nick Fuentes. We need to get Tom Luongo on the show so we can learn. Yeah, I don't think he does interviews, but and Tom is not a Nick Fuentes fan. I kind of think that ship has sailed. But this is the angle that he's taking. This angle will be so much better if he directs all of this focus at Congress and not just at the administration. And I think we're at the point now where it's time, if it hasn't happened already, someone from the administration needs to connect with him. Note that none of them, nobody from the administration that I'm aware of has countersignaled him at any point, has even mentioned him, has even acknowledged that he exists. Now that he has been brought into, he's effectively become uncancelable. I do think that there's things he could say or do still that could get him canceled, but he's not going to be canceled for any of these reasons. He's not going to be canceled for anti-Semitism. That's not going to happen. It would be him saying or doing something stupid personally that would get him canceled. So now that this has been brought into the mainstream, now that this conversation is not going away, now that this is being had out in the open, the Tucker Carlson, the Heritage Foundation, all the ziggers, shout out to a First Citizen in the chat, all the ziggers are melting down now and really revealing themselves to be what they are. Now is the time to really hone this in and focus it in the area where it's going to do the best good. Now, this may require that Nick has to recognize the actual posture of the administration. He needs to recognize the way that they're hiding their power levels and recognize that they need to continue hiding their power levels. It's not their job to get Congress on side from a PR perspective. It's our job. Yeah, Ninja of Spades, use those powers for good.
And J.D. Vance, because substantively, this is what Tucker challenged me on. He said, why do you only attack sincere America First conservatives like me, Vance, and Joe Kent? And I would say that in the first place, as I said before, they attack me first. Joe Kent said that I talk too much about race and religion. More specifically, he said I talk too much about white people and Christianity. I talk too much about white people and Christianity? Who's talking about white people and Christianity?
This is very good. This section here is so good from him.
Joe Kent said that I talk too much about race and religion. More specifically, he said I talk too much about white people and Christianity. I talk too much about white people and Christianity? Who's talking about white people and Christianity? Nobody. Everybody's talked about black unemployment, women, Hispanics. They pander to every group other than whites. And all we hear about is Diwali and India and, of course, Shabbat and Israel and synagogues and Jewish people. We never hear about Christ. We hear about God. We never hear about Christ.
This is another thing. It's a very good point, but it's also like, I don't know, 8 months out of date because the administration has been going very clearly gone out of their way to specifically mention Christ over and over and over again. This is another thing. Like, what he's saying is like, this is the perfect messaging for 10 months ago. And I'm glad he's getting to it now, but realize the difference between Congress and the administration. There are specific members of Congress who are on side with the administration, like, I don't know, Eric Schmidt. There are specific members of Congress, but Congress as a whole is not here yet. People within the administration are not here yet. But it doesn't make it easier on the people in the administration who are up to date, who do know what time it is, to direct this at the administration, to direct this at Trump. The Charlie Kirk event, that he was not a big fan of, had some of the most explicit references to Christ and the gospel that I've ever heard at any sort of political organization event in my life. That tide is changing. And it's members of the administration who are running point on that. It's Congress and the lobbyist world and a number of large influencers who have not gotten to that point yet. And moving them will empower those in the administration who are already there. Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, even, dare I say, Stephen Miller?
We never hear about Christians. When has that ever been the focal point? This is your sincere America First conservative? He said, you talk too much about white people and Christians. I know. It's shocking, isn't it? It's actually nice for a change, I thought.
Yes.
He said, you talk too much about race and religion. He said, and I condemn your views on Israel. Well, you know what? That doesn't sound very America First to me.
Yep.
That doesn't sound like real America First at all. Don't talk about white people, don't talk about Christians, and don't criticize Israel. Other than that, we're America First. Well, what is America to you if it's not a white Christian nation that needs to separate from Israel as soon as possible? I don't know what else you mean by that. He says that doesn't fit with my message of inclusive populism. Inclusive populism, what is that, communism? Yeah. What is populism? What's popular, what the people support, and it's inclusive? That's like another word for gay race communism. What is that exactly?
Yep.
Inclusive populism?
Inclusive populism is an absolute horror show of a term. Terrible. This sounds like something straight out of the, the American Enterprise Institute? One of these, I don't know if that's the right one that I'm thinking of, but it's like straight out of Ziocon Inc. Inclusive populism.
How's that any different than like Obama's coalition? It's the same thing.
Yes.
So in the first place, I was attacked, but maybe deeper than that. It's not just me saying I was attacked, now I attack back. Let's make one thing very clear. I made it my mission 10 years ago to set the standard. That's why my show is called America First. This is the immovable standard. I question anybody who says they're sincerely America First if they don't talk about white people and how our country went from white to non-white, because that's important.
Yep.
Our country came from Europe. And people say it's a nation of immigrants. Yes, a nation of European immigrants. And before that, a nation of European colonists and pioneers and explorers and conquerors. That's who came before any of the immigrants, even the European ones. So you need to talk about that. You also need to talk about Christianity. This is also a Christian nation. Most of the colonies at the founding of the country had state churches. It was considered at the time of the founding that there should actually be a law that said you have to be a Christian to be elected to government.
Slutty Milk says inducive populism. How does he do it? Rootless cosmopolitan populism, yes.
So you need to talk about that. You also need to talk about Christianity. This is also a Christian nation. Most of the colonies at the founding of the country had state churches. It was considered at the time of the founding that there should actually be a law that said you have to be a Christian to be elected to government. This is a nation that, by the way, was settled, fought for, built by Christians. I don't care that Thomas Jefferson was a heretic. The people that built the country, the colonies, the states, the laws, it all proceeds from Christianity. It proceeds from Christian civilization. They were all Christian. So I don't want to hear about ethical monotheism. I don't want to hear about Judeo-Christianity, and I don't want to hear about Diwali. I want to hear about Jesus Christ. That's America First to me.
Yes.
And for people that would say, why do you always talk about the Jews, the Jews, the Jews? Because in the context of America First, they seem to be the oligarchs that are ideologically unwilling to put America first. What else would you say when Larry Ellison, the second richest man in the world, buys TikTok and CBS to make them more pro-Israel? What else would you call that? And he puts Bari Weiss in charge of 60 Minutes and the rest of the CBS News lineup so that it's more pro-Israel. What else would you call it when Miriam Adelson is on the phone with Trump? She visits the White House more than anybody. She can't say if she's more loyal to America or Israel.
Pin that Miriam Adelson thought for when we get to the J.D. Vance video.
Larry Fink, the head of BlackRock, the largest asset manager in the world. future head of the WEF, the World Economic Forum, he's working with Bill Ackman to blacklist anyone that criticized Israel from working on Wall Street. What else would you call it? It just so happens that we don't have a general problem with putting America last. We have a particular problem. And that particular problem is that organized Jewry in America is too powerful. Not every single Jew out there, but Jewish people are extremely organized. They have federations and congresses and the ADL and B'nai B'rith and fraternities. They're very organized. And they're organized on the basis of their Jewish identity. Jewish cultural centers, schools, fraternities, Zionist forums and congresses and associations, Jewish congresses, associations.
To address this particular part here, like obviously this is true. And part of the solution here is not something that we're going to get from Congress or the administration. It's going to come from Christians organizing on the basis of Christians. White people organizing on the basis of white people. White people. Now, there's a role that Congress and the administration can play in that, namely, not preventing that from happening. And so there is utility in engaging them on that front and ensuring that that's the case. And the administration has always made some significant steps in that direction. But it's going to take Christians pushing that envelope themselves, at risk to ourselves, to restore that.
Anti-Defamation League. And on the basis of that ethnicity, they act extremely tribalistic. And this is why they're frequently putting Israel or the benefit of Jewish people broadly ahead of America. We have to talk about this particular issue. Not in a hateful way, not in an ignorant way, not with cruelty or any other kind of emotion or prejudice, but sticking strictly to the facts and the overriding principle, which is America first. So if you want to talk to me about sincere America first conservatism, that's what I want to hear about. If I'm attacking sincere America first conservatives, show me where they're pro-white, pro-Christian, where they're actually willing to dissent against Jewish oligarchs and the Israel lobby, and I will stand down and unite and work with them. But as long as they are making excuses, as long as they are cucking out, then I can't say I can unite with them. I look at somebody like Matt Walsh as a very good example. Matt Walsh has been calling for unity on the right. He wants the right to unify, but he works for Ben Shapiro. So how can he ever call himself America first? And how could I unite with somebody that's working under somebody that epitomizes Israel first? We can't do it. We have to ask for more. We have to raise the standards. We have to ask for people to do better. It's not enough. Trump is not enough. Matt Walsh is not enough. All of this stuff is not enough. Clearly, it's not enough. And we can't be bashful about saying that. Are the other people ever bashful about their wants? Is Mark Levin bashful about what he wants for the country? Absolutely not. But we are.
This is a really good point. Americans should not have to be bashful about being America first. And like he says, this doesn't have to be done with venom or prejudice or cruelty. It has to be done firmly. Firmly, rationally, calmly. No. This is America. Anybody seeking to turn American institutions toward the benefit, the exclusive benefit of another nation, no matter what that nation is not America first and cannot be accepted and normalized as America first. And America first is the standard. Yeah, Matt Fradd is with Daily Wire now. Yeah. They got another Matt, so Walsh should go independent. Yes. And this isn't, notice the way he frames this up too. It's not Matt Walsh, we cannot coexist together. It's, as long as you're part of this organization that is clearly bent not toward America first, you can say all that you want. But in order for us to be seen as on the same side, you can't be working toward the ends of that organization.
It's not enough when you work for Ben Shapiro. It's not enough when you bomb Iran. This is where things need to go. The last thing I want to get into is some of the reaction, which is a little bit funny, and this is notable. So, of course, a lot of people love the interview, and the video on YouTube has been blowing up. It's got almost 3 million views. The ratio of likes to dislikes is like 99%. The comments are all positive. Everybody loved it. But it's interesting because the media is only spotlighting some of the negative pushback, the negative feedback, and all the negative feedback comes from the $7,000 Club. The $7,000 Club and their group chat was all over Twitter today. All of them, Seth Dillon and Will Chamberlain.
Living Dead says there's a big difference between nudging and well-delivered criticism to get someone pointed in your favor and chomping at them incessantly and calling, probably supposed to be chimping at them incessantly and calling them traitors or whatever else and turning them even farther away. Yes. Yes. And I don't see why this isn't more obvious to more people. This is why the always be chimping posture has irritated me so much, because that gives permission to the guys who are like that, who just want to chimp incessantly and call everyone traitors for not like immediately always perfectly towing the party line exactly. I think Nick strikes a pretty good tone in this. No, that's not enough. Not, the door is never open, you've forever cursed yourself, I rue the day you were born. No. That's not enough. That's not enough. Do more. Do more. Hitting that over and over again is it can be difficult to walk this line between thank you for this, but that's not enough, and doing it effectively. And I think he would do a lot better with this if he would drop the libertarian talking points, particularly on foreign policy. But I'm seeing the pivot, and I like where it's going so far. Tuzmangi says, I guess Nick has his own role at being the professional finger pointer, but we have to move towards him being ally. Yes. And I think that I've seen this happen so many times, that when you have someone who's close and moving closer, then often embracing that and encouraging it constructively is helpful. In the same way, like it's just the same principle. If you're just incessantly chimping and declaring someone to be beyond reproach or not beyond reproach, but like beyond salvation, no, they're bad, permanently bad inherently for this reason or that reason or the other reason. Well, the same thing goes toward Nick. I've absolutely had my beefs with him in the past. I invited all the groypers into my mentions multiple times so I could block all of them. But this is the right track. I think this is a good opportunity for the Overton window to completely pivot, such that now the conversation, the only acceptable political frame here is that the Trump administration is as far left as we can go. The Trump administration is too left-wing. It needs to keep going. It's good that it's come this far. It needs to keep going.
And Mark Levin and Josh Hammer, Andrew Clavin, the reviews were in. The $7,000 Club was not happy. The group chat was not amused. And
the $7,000 Club is so funny.
Josh Hammer, Andrew Clavin, the reviews were in. The $7,000 Club was not happy. The group chat was not amused, and they were all extremely negative about it. None of them actually addressed what was in the interview, though. They just said that Tucker shouldn't have platformed me, that he was glazing me, that he didn't contest anything that I say. Why didn't he bring up this or that or some other thing? I even saw some Christians say that. I saw some fat doofus say, why didn't he bring up some other things to challenge him?
Fat doofus.
Number one Shabbos Goy award. Number one Shabbos Goy department. I saw a lot of this. But there was one thing in particular that really stood out to me. Dave Rubin and Josh Hammer and Dinesh D'Souza, they all said that Tucker Carlson having me on his show was dishonoring Charlie Kirk. These are the people that are claiming I'm a monster. Dave Rubin, by the way, his entire shtick is free speech. I'm not a leftist, I'm a liberal. Okay, what does it mean to be a liberal, Dave?
Cook him.
I thought it meant that we have open discussions, open conversations, we talk about ideas. Isn't that Dave Rubin's claim to fame? He's an idiot. That's the only thing he's ever said in 10 years is, don't burn this book, we should be able to talk. And Dave Rubin said, if you host Nick Fuentes, you're dishonoring Charlie Kirk. So now Dave Rubin is literally standing on the grave of a man who died a month ago.
No thanks, irrelevant
Literally
pervert.
standing on his casket and using the ghost of Charlie Kirk, a man who was brutally executed, to say, it's what Charlie would have wanted. Charlie would have wanted you not to platform Nick Fuentes. Wait a second, I thought his big claim to fame is that he debated anybody. Isn't that the case? That he had the microphone and passed it to everybody that had a question that disagreed. Isn't that the great tradition? Now Charlie Kirk's legacy is you need to shut it down. Now you're going to stand on the grave of Charlie Kirk and say, if you talk to Nick Fuentes, Charlie Kirk hates you from beyond the grave? Shame on you.
Note, guys, that if you post something in the chat that gets censored by the AI mod, it does make it through on Streamlabs, so it will show up on the screen. Just a little tip there. I was thinking about this. The using of Charlie Kirk's name to try to go after Nick is so shameless, so incredibly shameless, and I'm well on the record of what I think about Charlie Kirk. I do think that the way that he handled Nick was understandable for a period of time, but if those texts that Dinesh D'Souza published saying, "Oh, you shouldn't have interviewed him. He's vermin, and you're yada 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 yada." Yeah, that was a mistake by Charlie. I'm not going to hold it against him. That was a mistake. And you can't hold Charlie's legacy as he was the free speech guy who was committed to debate and friendly, polite conversation. And also, Charlie would not have wanted you to talk to Nick Fuentes. If you want Charlie Kirk's legacy to be, he was the guy that just talked. And we should always be willing to talk to anyone. If you want that to be his legacy, then you have to drop the Charlie would not have wanted you to talk to Nick Fuentes. You just have to leave that off. Yes, he's a flawed man. He wouldn't have wanted you to talk to Nick Fuentes. Charlie would not have wanted Tucker to talk to Nick Fuentes. I don't know if Tucker would have talked to Nick Fuentes if Charlie was still alive. And it's possible to remember Charlie as a very good man, as a great man. One of the greatest men of our generation. And also say, yeah, that was bad. Saying Nick is vermin and you shouldn't platform him at all. That was out of character. And calling his name up and saying, and using him as a way to attack Nick, as Nick is saying here, is ghoulish.
Shame on you, Dave Rubin, Josh Hammer. You are disgusting. Josh Hammer, you are disgusting. Take your Israeli wife and take your Israeli kids and get out of my country.
Whew.
The least you could say about Charlie Kirk is that he was an American. And he did love America. Whatever our disagreements, and we never got along, but he was American. Josh Hammer, he seems to hate Europeans on a blood level.
Yep.
He says Europeans are anti-Semitic in their DNA. On a genetic level, he hates you.
That's true.
Josh Hammer, take your Israeli family and go home. And I would say the same to Dave Rubin. Go back to Hebrew University, where you graduated. Because clearly you don't get it. You don't get the First Amendment. You don't get America. You don't get Charlie Kirk. Shame on you. You people are disgusting. Dave Rubin, in more ways than one, you are disgusting. And ask yourself this. Dave Rubin, who is a hypocrite, a censor, who adopted children as a gay man through surrogacy and deprived them of their mother.
Yep.
who is clearly more loyal to Israel than America, put him next to me any day of the week. Who's the radical? Who's disgusting? Who's the monster? Whose side are you on? Matt Walsh, whose side are you on? There's a war going on out there. You're going to need to take a side.
Yep.
You either get the excesses of Nick Fuentes and the Groypers, or you get Dave Rubin and the excesses of that whole scene. Which do you support?
That is a framing. That is, whew. Yeah. Do you want gay men renting babies? Or do you want the excesses of the Groypers? I could just see someone making the "it's the same picture" meme right now. Fair play.
We don't have the luxury of being choosy. We don't have the luxury of being picky. The country's going to go one way or the other. Is it going to go the way of Ben Shapiro? I don't give a damn about the browning of America. Real quote. Ben Shapiro, we need more dead Americans for Israel. Dave Rubin, censor anybody against Israel. Deprive children of their mothers. Which direction are we going in? Are we going back towards pro-white, pro-Christian, America first? Not Judeo-Christian, not America plus its 51st state, but America in the tradition of Greece, Rome, Spain, England, Germany, Russia, Portugal, the Dutch. Are we going to be that European empire? Are we going to be a Christian republic? Are we going to be a colony, a vassal? Are we going to be the host nation for this alien force sitting on top of it, extracting its resources, drawing its blood? That's a decision for everyone. But I would add something to that.
He's cooking.
Not only did they stand on the grave of Charlie Kirk, but Dinesh D'Souza actually published Charlie Kirk's texts, which are really interesting. I'll pull them up for you. Dinesh D'Souza tweeted this morning, he said, "I'm posting 2 text exchanges with Charlie Kirk where he calls Nick Fuentes vermin and insists even my debating him and defeating his arguments amplifies him. One can only imagine what Charlie would say about Tucker's interview with Fuentes." These are the texts. Charlie writes to Dinesh in July, or June, I think it was. Charlie Kirk says about me and Dinesh D'Souza's debate, "This was a massive mistake that you did this. He's vermin, and you just gave him one of the biggest boosts of his career." This is about me. Charlie says, "You have no idea the damage you did by talking to him and complimenting him. You are making him even bigger. We've been fighting this guy for 6 years. And you are the first mainstream voice to debate and give him a compliment, which then makes him bigger and more powerful." That's Charlie Kirk. Which is very interesting. Because the legacy of Charlie Kirk is open discussion. Q&A. He'll debate anybody. That's what makes America great. Free speech. Not for me. For the left. Free speech and debate and engagement in a marketplace of ideas for the left. The left, which shot him in the face and then celebrated it. Is there not a lesson in this? And look, Charlie Kirk is dead. I don't want to speak ill of him in his death. This is what he believed when he was alive. We never got along. We never agreed on anything. He did suppress me actively, and this is the evidence. This shows that he was acutely aware of my potential, my significance, the significance of my ideas and what would happen if my ideas gained traction. He was acutely aware of our feud. He said we've been fighting him for 6 years, suppressing him. He was working behind the scenes to prevent people from talking to me, to literally deprive me of influence, saying we need to all work together to keep him out of the conversation because if we let him in, he will become very powerful, and that's no good. All I will say about that is this. There is a deep lesson.
What he's about to say here is very good. I want to respond to something. Kate here says, when was this debate? The debate between Dinesh D'Souza and Nick was this summer. I think June, somewhere around then. And Han says, everyone releasing private text messages from Charlie to support their pet agendas are vermin. Agreed. Agreed completely.
That for all this time, Charlie Kirk thought his enemy was the Groypers. The Groypers were vermin. The Groypers had to be suppressed by any means. The Groypers and Nick Fuentes and America First had to be kept outside the gate. They had to be destroyed. They were too extreme, too far right, he said. But the left, he would debate, he would engage with in a cordial way, in a friendly way, hand them the microphone, he would film with them. And what this says, one, is that engaging with the left is actually not threatening. He really didn't fear the left. He thought the left was safe enough and, you could argue, acceptable enough to tolerate. They could be platformed. They could share the stage. They could be reasoned with. But the far right could not. The far right is the real danger. The far right is the real threat. Well, Charlie Kirk was not killed by the Groypers. He was not killed by the vermin Nick Fuentes. He was not killed by the far right. The far right wanted to debate him. We wanted to defeat his ideas. We wanted to shake hands in the beginning, talk about it, and then shake hands at the end. We wanted to talk. Ultimately, we wanted him on our side. We wanted to change his mind. The left, which he platformed and engaged with, shot him and then celebrated. They danced. They made jokes. They're dressing up in Halloween costumes, mocking him as we speak. They wish death on his wife and kids. Whether Charlie Kirk saw it this way or not, we will finish what he could not, what he cannot, because he was murdered. Whether he likes it or not, whether he liked it when he was alive or not, we have to take it from here. The far right actually has to take it from here. The moderate right that would do anything in their power to prevent the real right, the real America First from rising up. You see where that has gotten us. You see where that got him. And I don't say that to be cute. I say that because that's the reality. The moderate conservatism got him killed. The moderate conservatism got us BLM raging through the streets while Trump was the president. It's giving us this dynamic. We need to fight to win. We can't fight not to lose against the left. We need to fight to win.
We can't fight to not lose against the left. We need to fight to win. Yes, First Citizen, very clever framing. We, the Groypers, just wanted to debate them. Charlie reached out to the left and it got him killed. Yes. Yes. And I think, and I understand someone may see this as like opportunistic or it's him taking advantage of Charlie's death or something like that. And it's possible. I don't know what's in his head. I don't hear it that way. I think he is sober as a heart attack. I think that the Charlie Kirk assassination affected him very much personally for very obvious reasons. And just kind of pushing that aside is to me, it kind of, if you don't take that seriously, there's something, you've got like a spiritual sensitivity issue. You're not sensitive enough. You need to turn up the sensitivity on your spiritual controller, because he had a direct personal feud with this guy for a long time, which in a certain sense made him closer to Charlie than just about anybody else. And Charlie being, he had his own assassination attempt, and then Charlie is assassinated. And this is an age-old trope of the two guys who have this deep feud, and then the one guy dies, and the other guy is deeply affected by it. If anything, it's like, no, I should have been the one who killed you, rhetorically speaking. Yeah, rivals, not enemies. First Citizen said, I almost wonder if he doesn't regret the way his relationship with Charlie was for the entire time, never being given the opportunity to reconcile. I think so. That's how I would feel. After like all this time, it would be like the win condition. The win condition is not ending Charlie's career. The win condition is winning Charlie over. Now that's not possible anymore. And all of these people want to take Charlie's name and use it as a justification for continuing the exact same trajectory. If anything, Charlie is a cautionary tale. That doesn't take away from his legacy. It instantiates it. Charlie was the one who believed in this path so much, so sincerely, that he died for it. Which makes it evident that that path gets you killed. He died to reveal that. We cannot continue down that path. There is no debating the left. Say what you want about the Groypers. Say what you want about Nick Fuentes. They're there to debate. Yeah, there'll be bad faith. I think there's a significant chunk of the Groypers who I still believe are probably the worst people on the planet. They probably always will be. They're barnacles. We can't keep playing the Charlie Kirk game. To best revere Charlie Kirk's legacy is to learn the most appropriate lesson from it, which is that the hostile anti-American forces that proliferate in the country must be put down. And hopefully we can put them down politically. I want them to be put down politically. Other alternatives are a last resort by definition. And if we get to that point, we've lost. So I'm not advocating that we get to that point because I'm advocating that we win, not lose.
We need to crush the establishment. And then once we take over the Republican opposition, we need to crush the left. And anything short of that, this country is over. What this country needs is to close the borders. It needs re-migration. These people gotta go. 10 million in 4 years? They're here forever? I don't think so. They have to be removed.
SideQuest, Kyle says, if you don't realize that Nick hates at least half of his fans, then you clearly don't watch his show. Yes. Right. Correct. And I don't feel bad for him for it. He actively lured and he attracted and entertained and cultivated that audience. But this was part of why a few months ago I realized, okay, this is starting to escalate. He's getting really tired of them, which corresponds to sobering up, maturing, and wanting to actually go mainstream. And if you don't think that this sort of rhetoric, this sort of moderating rhetoric, and saying not all Jews and the stuff that there's plenty of stuff that he said on Tucker that's going to drive those guys crazy. It already has. But yeah, he definitely, and like his Gavin Newsom mention earlier, he's like listing off like, we want you to speak to us, and he mentioned Gavin Newsom. Obviously a meme. And I mean, frankly, yeah, if Gavin Newsom wants to be just a total turncoat political animal and wants to pivot and be genuinely America first, okay, cool. Never going to trust you. But that would be better. That would be an improvement. If every single Democrat suddenly decided to be genuinely America first, that'd be great. I would love that. I don't think they're going to. I wouldn't trust them if they did. But it would sure be good.
And the left-wing scum that are standing in the way of law enforcement, they need to be imprisoned for a long time. The insurrection needs to be put down. Order needs to be restored. And these billionaire oligarchs, the money power, which is inciting this civil conflict in the media with politics, the special interests preventing the government from doing what is necessary, they need to understand that the country comes first. The national power must supersede the money power.
Yes.
The national power that comes from the people and their benefit and the public interest has to take priority over the special interest that is financed by Wall Street, by Silicon Valley, by venture capital, private equity. The national power must take precedence over the money power.
And to the extent that the administration is already doing this and wants to do this and wants to keep doing this, this sort of rhetoric just helps that. Keep pushing this envelope. Keep pushing it. I said before, him going on Tucker and saying, arrest the mayor, put this down, and Tucker agreeing, and someone like Asmongold echoing that and saying, yes, I agree with this. This is what begins to build the political will for that to actually happen. The administration can only lead the populace so much. The commentary space primarily forms the headspace of the populace. We still have a media-controlled state. That hasn't changed. who the media is changing. We are the media now.
Anything short of that, and this country is dead. This country is finished, and everyone knows that. If things keep going the way they are, more diversity, more crime, more chaos, rising costs, more corruption, more bribery, more money for Israel, no money for healthcare, no money for the people, taking away all the food stamps, taking away Medicaid, the country is going to explode, and then it is going to come apart, and then it is going to be shit, and it is going to die. We got one last chance here. And the rallying cry has to be America first. Real, sincere America first. Not inclusive populism, not ethical monotheism, not multiracial working class populism, not colorblind meritocracy. America first. Real, authentic America first. Real Americans from the real America putting the country first. That's it. That's what it's always been. So now the censorship's over. The conversation's wide open, and now we're in the game. Now we have a seat at the table, and I open it up, and I will be solicitous here, and I will say, any past beef, anybody that, look, if you didn't know the score over the last 10 years and you tried to mess with me, I will grant clemency. And by that, I mean I will be gracious. Anybody that wants to unite for the sake of America first, it might be uncomfortable, it might be awkward, there's going to be a lot of water under the bridge, but I'll unite with anybody that will put America first. I'm open to that. I'm open to conversations. I'm open to debates. I'm open to alliances. I'm open to working together, squashing past beefs, forging new alliances, even if it's, like I said, maybe we don't agree 100%. That's how it has to be. And I'm willing to work with other people. I didn't get to be ostracized because I was a bad guy. I got ostracized because I was ahead of the curve. And if people are coming around now, if people are getting on the right side of history, I welcome them. I welcome them with open arms. And I would say we have a really good shot at winning. We have a positive vision. We want to put America first. We don't want to hurt anybody. We want justice. We want what's right. We want what's ours. And I think that if people follow their conscience and do the right thing, we have a chance at saving the country. But if people are still working for Ben Shapiro, if people are still being petty, people are still qualifying every word, people are still playing it safe, making it about Republicans and Democrats, it won't happen. We have to get serious.
Yes, this is very good. This is very, very good. Yeah, very big of him. Now, here's the thing. If he's going to do this, if he's going to offer that, which is very good, I'm glad he is. I think it's magnanimous and good of him to do that. He needs to also let go of the past resentments. He said it himself. He is mainstream now. It's time for him to stop being a dissident. We are not dissidents. We are the ascendant force. We are the mainstream now. We need to act like it. Those who are in the mainstream do not beef as if they are dissidents. They do not act like they are the little guy who gets upset about being hit or knocked down. We don't cry from the outside. We are on the inside. We determine who is on the inside. Mockery and shame is much more useful toward that end than complaining and bitterness and resentment, whining. That's right, Jeffrey. We set the frame. Yeah, Carradwin, he needs to get rid of the chip on his shoulder. Yep. And I do sincerely think that he wants to. It's going to be hard. That sort of muscle memory doesn't go away overnight. And I think it's very useful when someone like this decides to make a move like this. I think it's very good to be affirming and supportive. And to not counter-signal. You can criticize. There's a difference between criticism and counter-signaling. I'm being critical of him right now, but I'm not counter-signaling him. I want to see him move further in the direction that he's going right now. In the same way that I want to see the administration move further in the direction it's been going. But I'm not going to counter-signal the administration to get him to do that, because that's not going to work. I'm not going to counter signal him to get him to do what I think he should do, because it's not going to work. I'll use targeted criticism and affirm him. Yes, keep doing this. Give us more of this. He has a tremendous responsibility. He's got a tremendous audience, and he's got a lot of people who are coming to him for the first time. And he will be a massive net negative if he blackpills them. We are winning. And we're going to keep winning. That doesn't mean that we're not going to face hard times. That doesn't mean that we're not going to have setbacks. But our trajectory is that we are winning. If nothing else, demographics are on our side. I would love to be able to sit down with him for a night and talk to him about the City of London, Scott Bessent, Stephen Miller. I mean, I know he knows about Stephen Miller, but the City of London and the things that the administration is doing on that front toward that end. Even the thing I said earlier in the show about Martin Armstrong, telling the administration Europe is going to do some kind of false flag here. And the administration knowing that and being prepared for that, I think that's one of the big things that someone like Nick and the whole libertarian view on foreign policy and the view on the administration right now, that's why bombing Iran just looks like this is just some sort of following the Israel foreign policy thing. Because if you're stuck in that frame, if you don't have the, for lack of a better term, the whole City of London narrative arc installed into your political operating system, then I can see why you would think that the City of London, or why the bombing Iran was a bad thing. But once you get that frame, once you realize that it's much bigger. Yeah, exactly, Jeffrey. It's bigger than simply the Jews. It is the Jews, but it's also much bigger than the Jews. The Jews, the state of Israel is a pawn in this game itself. And part of the role that they play as that pawn is subverting American politics. And whether the Israelis are doing this consciously themselves in service of Israel, or whether they're doing it recognizing that Israel is in service of this larger plot, is really neither here nor there. The City of London thing, narrative arc, fact pattern is not exclusive of the Jews, and it's also not wholly the Jews. The Jews play a significant role. And by the Jews, I mean organized Jewry, not every Jewish person. They play a critical role in that larger structure. But taking away organized Jewry would not take away that larger phenomenon. There's significant overlap, but they're not one and the same. And I think that's the larger, that's like the, by becoming hip to the problem of the state of Israel, that's like the undergraduate degree in geopolitics. But then you have to go to grad school. You got to build on that undergrad degree and recognize the larger picture, the larger play that's happening. And if I could sit down and talk to him for an evening, that would be what I would talk to him about.
So that's my message. That's my recap, me and Tucker Carlson, and that extends to him as well. I had a great conversation with him, really fabulous conversation with him. I really liked him. Like I said, he was fair, he was honest, challenging, but honest and direct. And I thought we had an extremely productive conversation, and I hope that's a model. We had a very contentious back and forth. He reached out to me. He was very gracious. We squashed it. We did the show. We still don't agree on everything, but we talked it through, and we agree enough that we both want to be a part of the solution and not part of the problem. And that's what matters. And I hope everybody can take that, or whatever you think of me personally, politically, I hope people can put that aside and figure out we got a country to save. We have to realize the vision that Trump and his movement have not been able to.
Okay. The thing that Trump has not been able to, well, okay. he's on his way. He's not there yet. I've got next. We're going to talk about the Heritage Foundation. Supposedly, rumor was that the Heritage Foundation was distancing themselves from Tucker Carlson under significant pressure from the pro-Israel lobby, and the Heritage Foundation has something to say about that. And then I got a few things about the government shutdown, and then we're going to look at this JD Vance speech from TPUSA. But before I do that, I have got to go take a load off real quick. So I'm going to give you guys one of the best songs ever made, and I'll be right back. Reminder that there is a Make More Erickson's Fund link in the chat if you would like to hit that up, and I'll be back in about a minute.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up by chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up by chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, "Oh, I killed a cow out back, baby." You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. And that's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
Oh, that is the perfect length. Shout out to Josh Ham for suggesting that in the past, that playing that clip is the perfect length for a quick little bathroom break. All right, now shout out to Screwed Up Nevsky, who has gifted a sub to Willing Always. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Who are we at? Let's see. Samoa Bob is the gifted sub leader for the month. He's gifted 5 subs. I think he's done more than that. Maybe it just wasn't this month. But that is a way. I think you cannot sign up if you're watching on mobile. You can't get a Kick membership that way. You can't gift a sub, which I do appreciate that. And but if you want to sign up for a subscription yourself, I believe you have to do that from the browser. It has to do with App Store stuff. Okay, let's keep this going here. So this is Kevin Roberts. I believe he's the president of the Heritage Foundation. What's his role? President of the Heritage Foundation. And he said, there's been speculation that Heritage is distancing itself from Tucker Carlson over the past 24 hours. I want to put that to rest right now. Here are my thoughts. This is a spicy boy.
I'll have more to say on this in the coming days, but today I want to be clear about one thing. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic.
Ooh. President of the Heritage Foundation in the current climate coming out and saying explicitly, Christians can critique the state of Israel. I can't even talk. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic. Imagine that. Imagine that. It's so easy to say. See? You just say it. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic.
And of course, anti-Semitism should be condemned. My loyalty as a Christian...
I know a lot of people hear that. Oh, anti-Semitism. Oh, he's cucking. But here's the thing. anti-Semitism has a very specific meaning to people. It's such a stupid word. Same with racism. This is the mouth sounds mind pictures thing. When someone says anti-Semitic, like a lot of people have just leaned into it. Yeah, that's right, I am anti-Semitic. Because like, you're going to keep calling me anti-Semitic. Yeah, sure, I am anti-Semitic. That's right, I am. But to the overwhelming majority of people, if you say I am anti-Semitic, then what you're saying is, I want Jewish people to die. I want to hunt down and persecute Jewish people. Doesn't matter if that's you're not thinking that in your head. To the majority of people, if you say, I am anti-Semitic, you are saying to them, I want to hunt down Jewish people and kill them. You can parse Semite all you want, Arabs and all that thing. Slutty Milk and I are on the same page. I'm anti-Semitic, those damn Arabs. You can parse that all you want. But a word means what people receive it to mean. When you say something, those words go into somebody's head, and they form a picture in their head based on those words, that's what it means. So when he says, Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic, he's saying, critiquing the state of Israel is not saying, I want Jews hunted down and killed. I want to put Jews in ovens. You are not saying that when you say, I am critiquing the state of Israel. I'd go further and I would say, you can critique organized Jewry. I'm not saying that Jews shouldn't organize. Sure, knock yourselves out, organize. If the effect of that organization is going to be a net negative for my country, then it's going to be stopped. But when he says anti-Semitism should be condemned, yeah, the people who say Jews should be hunted down and put in ovens, Jews should be disenfranchised on the basis of them having Jewish blood. We should be doing DNA checks and you don't get to vote if you're a Jew, if you have any Jewish blood. Yeah, that should be condemned. That is the retarded stuff. That's the stuff that Nick Fuentes himself has been counter-signaling lately. Those are the retards in his chat that he's gotten tired of. It's totally retarded and counterproductive to adopt that sort of political position, and it's frankly unethical. No Christian can adopt the position that Jewish people should be persecuted on the basis of them being Jewish. It is strictly anti-Christian.
And as an American, is to Semitism, the state of Israel, without being anti-Semitic. And of course, anti-Semitism should be condemned. My loyalty as a Christian and as an American is to Christ first and to America always.
Christ first and America always. Oh, we're talking about loyalty. I put it this way. I would be just fine if Stephen Miller was elected to a, I don't know, congressional position or something like that. Totally fine with it. Why? Because he has demonstrated himself to me as someone whose primary loyalty, first and foremost, his loyalty is to America. The fact that he's Jewish, has Jewish blood, doesn't disqualify him to me.
When it serves the interests of the United States to cooperate with Israel and other allies, we should do so, with partnerships on security, intelligence, and technology. But when it doesn't, conservatives should feel no obligation to reflexively support any foreign government, no matter how loud the pressure becomes from the globalist class or from their mouthpieces in Washington. The Heritage Foundation didn't become the intellectual backbone of the conservative movement by canceling our own people or policing the consciences of Christians. And we won't start doing that now.
This is, I mean, he's speaking in political foundation language, but this is a strong political statement, particularly in the present environment. If you're not on Twitter, you may not be seeing it, but the pro-Israel crowd has been absolutely losing their minds over J.D. Vance and Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and there's one guy out there who's saying, all right, Jews, it's time for us all to start arming ourselves because pretty soon they're going to be coming through and killing all of us. It's just, these people are completely off their rockers. And so for the Heritage Foundation to come out right now, they're not just saying, no, we're not distancing ourselves from Tucker Carlson. He's going beyond that. He's going well beyond that. Stephen Miller directing his Jewish neuroticism at illegal aliens. See, if we could weaponize it, then that neuroticism can become a huge benefit to us. Nematoder says, I agree, Matt. The joke just worked better. What did you say? He definitely... That must be something else. I want them near ovens, baking bagels, not in Congress. Yeah, I love bagels. Please go make me a bunch of bagels. SideQuest Kyle says Stephen Miller for Senate. What state is he from? California. Although he lives in, well, I guess he lives in D.C. now. I don't know where he lived before that. But yeah, how about Stephen Miller, California Senator? How'd that be? And then he's, I agree, man, that just as long as they don't have dual citizenship. Yeah, right. Okay, so I'm just fine with a Jew being elected to Congress if that Jew is like Stephen Miller. And he doesn't have dual citizenship. And if he begins acting like a dual citizen, even if he doesn't have dual citizenship, then I absolutely want him removed from Congress. Easy. Simple. Stephen Miller is the storm. That's right. Let's see. Do we have a... You know what we haven't done yet today? Hold on. Hold the fort. We haven't done one of these yet.
Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein und das heißt Erika.
Good old Erica. We're going to see Erica here in just a second.
Think it's time to play Real American in honor of HH again.
Thank you, Dave TBH. I'll try to remember to have that queued up for the next one, because that's a good point. We do need some more Real American. And of course, we got a Dave Johnson super chat, so.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
The truest thing ever said.
We don't take direction from comments on X, though we are grateful for the robust free speech debate. We also don't take direction from members or donors, though we are inherently grateful for their support. And we're adding more every day. This is the robust debate we invite with our colleagues, our movement friends, our members, and the American public. We will always defend truth. We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda.
Whose agenda?
That includes Tucker Carlson, who remains, and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation. The venomous coalition attacking him are sowing division.
The venomous coalition attacking him. Man, I am old enough to remember when said venomous coalition would go on one of these rabid rampages, and every single prominent conservative institution or person would circle the wagons around said venomous coalition. Now Tucker Carlson platforms Nick Fuentes, and the Heritage Foundation starts talking about dual loyalty and a venomous coalition and the globalists and their financial conduits. My, how times have changed.
Their attempt to cancel him will fail. Most importantly, the American people expect us to be focusing on our political adversaries on the left, not attacking our friends on the right. I disagree with, and even abhor, things that Nick Fuentes says. But canceling him is not the answer either. When we disagree with a person's thoughts and opinions, we challenge those ideas in debate.
So here we have the Heritage Foundation explicitly endorsing the platforming of Nick Fuentes. That's what this is, and they know exactly what they're doing.
And we have seen success in this approach. as we continue to dismantle the vile ideas of the left. As my friend Vice President Vance said last night, what I am not okay with is any country coming before the interest of American citizens, and it is important for all of us, assuming we are American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's where our allegiance lies, and that's where it will stay.
Very interesting. What does that sound like? Our allegiance lies solely with our own country, said the president of the Heritage Foundation, quoting verbatim from the sitting vice president. And then this today, also from Kevin Roberts, says, "Thank you, Jonathan Haidt, for reminding everyone at Heritage yesterday that tech tycoons like Leonid Radvinsky and Solomon Friedman are profiting to the tune of millions by preying on America's young men and women. We are proud to be in this fight with you. It is time to arrest, prosecute, and convict the sick perverts behind OnlyFans and Pornhub." What did he mean by this? The irony there is fully intended. Why don't we just do one of these?
I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him?
No thanks, irrelevant pervert.
These people are sick. Wow. So Kevin Roberts says that he condemns the venomous coalition attacking Tucker Carlson, says his loyalty is only to the United States of America, and then hosts, of all people, Jonathan frickin' Haidt, and name drops Leonid Radvinsky and Solomon Friedman as tech tycoons preying on America's young men and women, and says that it's time to arrest, prosecute, and convict the sick perverts behind OnlyFans and Pornhub. Holy crap, things are moving fast. Slutty Milk says, those names are illegal to utter in Germany. Well, look at this fella here. Not Germany, I don't think. But given his accent and this little flag back here, but I like this guy.
Because that's what it seems like. It seems like racist equals white. Because no black man can be racist to me. If I criticise a Jew, I'm an anti-Semite. If I criticise an Islamic, I'm an Islamophobe. What are you if you criticise me? What are you if you try and replace me? What are you if you try and tell me I'm wrong for wanting to protect my children? Apparently, you're a perfectly reasonable person. But I'm a racist for wanting to protect my future. No, bullshit. I don't accept the 14 words as a thing. I think it's ridiculous that anyone could even say that they own this concept, as every human thinks this thing. Black people go on and on and on about black. Asians, like Indians, will tell you that India is the best at this. This is Indian, that's Indian, everything's brilliant that is Indian. Good for you. You love your people. I'm glad for you. I love mine. But don't call me a racist just because you don't like the word white. If you don't like the word white, maybe you shouldn't live in a white country.
Hear, hear.
Like, really, if you don't like white people, go away. White people live here. I'm really sick of it. I'll be honest, I'm really sick of it. I'm sick of us being exceptionalized. This is happening every Western country. What we used to call Christendom is under attack by its own people, by its own elite. And we're supposed to just sit here and be arrested for having an opinion. No, I'm not a racist because I'm white. I'm a racist because I'm a human. Every fucking human is racist. It's normal to love your own people more than you love other people. It's normal. The creation of the word racist doesn't suddenly make me an evil person. It's a concept. It's not even a real thing. It's called in-group bias and out-group bias. It's genetics. It's frustrating, to be honest, that these questions even exist.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
What a hero. Protect this man. I hope he doesn't get arrested for that, because he lives in a place where he could legitimately be arrested for that. I'm a racist because I'm human. I may be talking out of both sides of my mouth here, because I just said that when you say those things, people don't hear what you're necessarily intending. But I can move with the times here. Yes, the thing that racism, there's like this Mott and Bailey thing with racism, or racism is both the it's both the belief in the inhumanity and the inhumanity of other races. It's a supremacist sort of concept, and it's also just noticing differences and preferring to be around people like you. I generally prefer to be around white people. There are non-white people I'm just fine being around. I watched a video yesterday of a bunch of like Mexican laborers, construction laborers, going through all their lunches on the work site yesterday. I posted it in the King Pill Discord, and I was like, man, I'm missing the Southwest. Listen to these guys talk about their different salsas and everything. I like that. I like that food. I like those guys. They're fun to be around. I've enjoyed being around them when I'm down there. But I also just prefer generally to be around white people. They're my people. It's like my family. I'd rather be around my family than not my family. That doesn't mean that I'm going to never be around anyone except for my family. It's just when push comes to shove, I'm going to choose my family. At the end of the day, I want to end every day with my family. I want to start every day with my family. Now, this talk a little bit about the government shutdown here before we get to the JD Vance thing. We've got all of there are some major institutions and individuals now who are, for the first time in my life, coming out and putting public political pressure on the Democrats to the benefit of Republicans. Look at this. This is posted by the White House.
The biggest way to ensure the safety,
This is the president of Southwest Airlines Pilots Association.
Security, and reliability of our national air traffic control system is to pass a clean, continuing resolution.
We are concerned that when our brothers and
This is the president of Allied Pilots Association.
sisters in TSA and air traffic control are not receiving paychecks, that they're distracted and that they erode on the margin of safety that we rely on to go out and operate our aircraft and do our job safely as well.
Every day that they go to work, they
President of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association.
have not only the weight of one of the most high consequence jobs in the entire world, now they're feeling, how do I pay for my gas? How do I put food on the table?
No one should have to work without being paid.
President and CEO of the U.S. Travel Association.
Congress owes it to the American people to get this thing done, get a clean CR done, and get the government back open.
Everyone knows, the Vice President, Congress, is that this shutdown needs to end now.
It has to happen now. These guys need to.
And Chris Sununu, President and CEO of Airlines for America.
Convene, say yes to that clean CR, get this thing back on track, and again, restore that confidence in the American public as we go into these very busy holiday seasons.
And then the CEO of United Airlines.
Really thanking the professionals, the air traffic controllers, the folks at the TSA, also the FAA, the people in management. They're working hard. They are keeping the skies safe. They've minimized delays. Fewer than 2% of flights have been delayed so far because of air traffic control shortages. So they've done a great job. But it's putting stress on people. It's not fair to those people. It's also putting stress on the economy. You know, the first couple of weeks this had no impact on the economy, but as every day goes by, the impacts start to grow. And airlines are a pretty good real-time indicator of the economy, and we start to see still minor, but steep booking impact, and you see that happening in the economy. We put the whole economy at risk. And so it's been 30 days, and while I don't have a position on which partisan side and how things should be settled with healthcare, it has been 30 days. I also think it is time to pass a clean CR, use that as the opportunity to get into a room behind closed doors and negotiate hard on the real and substantive issues that the American people want our politicians on both sides of the aisle to solve. But let's get a clean CR and get that negotiation done behind closed doors without the pressure and without putting the American workers and the American economy at risk.
You're great. Okay, guys.
Vice President. He's got Sean Duffy there, Transportation Secretary, next to him. And then here is the Teamsters boss. So we've got union bosses. We've got major travel associations. We've got the CEOs of major airlines who are all coming out and they're not just like making some sort of generic statement in support of the administration. They're going and either being recorded for or standing there with the members of the administration saying the Democrats need to knock off the shit.
Look, the bottom line, and we took a position, I represent 1.3 million working men and women in this country for the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. We took a position 3 weeks ago. Pass a clean CR, get to the table, negotiate a deal. Do not put working people in the middle of a problem they should not be in there. And we got to think about the families that are going to be affected. Think about when you have to tell your son or daughter they can't play sports because you're not getting paid. Think about when you can't pay your mortgage. Think about when you can't pay your tuition. Put the politics aside, get to the table, negotiate a deal, pass a clean CR right now, and then figure out the problems moving forward. And I want to thank the air traffic controllers. I want to thank the aviation administration for all their hard work and sacrifice they make. And look, security and safety of the airlines is paramount. Let's not compromise the safety and security. Pass a clean CR. Thank you.
And note that each one of them is specifically saying, pass a clean CR. This is not just, they're not just doing some sort of wishy-washy like, oh, let's just get the government open, do whatever's necessary to get the government open. They're not calling for the Republicans to cave. They're calling for the Democrats to cave. Yeah, Living Dead, it's wild to see the unions and the Teamsters completely turn on the Democrats. Jeffrey says travel associations basically are unions too. This has gone from bad to worse for the Democrats. This is one of the most comprehensive political ass kickings that I've seen the Democrat Party take in my lifetime. All right, now let's get going with this. Hope I have time to get through all of this. Let's get going with this JD Vance TPUSA video. This is I was so heartened at seeing all of this. It's so good. Now, first of all, I want to play a couple of clips from the beginning because Erica Kirk came out and introduced him. I'm not gonna play all of her comments. She spoke for a little bit, but I just wanted to play a couple of these. This is the first one.
You are the courageous generation. That's what you are. All of you. Gen Z, you are the courageous generation. Hear me when I say that. My husband believed that to his core. That's why he went on campuses. That's why he was trying to reach you. You are the courageous generation. Own it. Make him proud. And students beyond Ole Miss, if you are pursuing a chapter on your campus, harness this amazing opportunity to advocate for something that you truly believe in.
When I was listening to the whole presentation, you have like the music playing, she comes out, she does the hype thing, and they stand and applaud, and she speaks. I was thinking that, sometimes you have things that are just total like a normal part of your life that you just sort of take for granted. You don't realize that there's lots of other people who may not have had the same experience. And for me, it's very familiar. This whole vibe is very familiar. Growing up as a devout, very active evangelical Christian, attending a Christian high school, very conservative Christian high school, not very conservative, but attending a Christian college, and going to lots of conferences and being in this environment is very, very normal and familiar to me. And I know that a lot of people, I remember growing up and being a Christian and that being weird, and having friends who aren't Christians and they're like, oh, this whole thing's kind of cringe and whatever. And I knew all of the people. I participated in putting on conferences like this. I knew all the people who did it. I knew how sincere and I knew how sincere they were and what good people they were and are. Now, in retrospect, I look back at it and, like the normal, the rock band Christian worship service or whatever is very cringy to me. And it's cringy to me from a Christian perspective. I know there's non-Christians or people who didn't grow up in that world who it's cringy to them, not necessarily from a Christian perspective. But for me, when I watched the TPUSA the funeral for Charlie Kirk that was put on by them. And when I watch these things and I see them talking, and I get that cringe factor at the format. That's really what these sorts of speeches and these what the setting is. It's very closely aligned with those sorts of things. And I don't know how many of you guys grew up in that world or have spent time in that world, but I can understand why people would look at this and see it as cringy, why they would see it as like insincere or shallow or whatever. And I think there is a shallowness to it. But I'll just say from my experience growing up, I know how the people who live this life, this culture, I know how sincere they are. So, like, I understand the cringe factor, but I think that they're, I don't think that it's inauthentic.
Being on campus right now for me is a spiritual reclaiming of territory. And let me explain that, because there's a lot of symbolism in today. It's Wednesday, 7 weeks. And the more that I'm coming...
It's crazy. On one hand, it's crazy that it's been 7 weeks, but on the other hand, it's crazy that it's only been 7 weeks.
Coming to grips with the permanency of this nightmare, the more that I'm starting to realize and witness that the enemy, he doesn't want you. He wants your territory. He wants your influence. And when our team asked my dear friend,
when she said that, I thought about it for a second. Like, the enemy doesn't want you; he wants your territory. And I realized that this is a pretty good insight. That from the demons don't care about you. They're not trying to get you to sin. They're not trying to get you to fall. They're not focused on you. They hate you. You're just a tool to them. Even better than getting you to fall is getting you to pull others down with you. So if they can, she says, he wants your territory, he wants your influence. That's what they really want to get at. This is why despair is a sin. Because despairing is contagious. When you despair, when you give up hope, it encourages people around you to give up hope as well. It's also why pride is a sin. Not just because of you and what it does to you, but the effect that it has on the people around you.
President J.D. Vance to speak today. I really prayed on it because obviously it's a very emotional day, but I could just hear Charlie in my heart. I could just hear him say, go reclaim that territory, babe. Go. The battle's already won. God's love conquers. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here because this moment, it can either be your breaking point or your wake-up call, essentially your turning point, if you will. and at this moment, every single one of us has a choice to make, whether we stand for freedom or we're just gonna fall for everything else. But I want to encourage you, especially the students here, find your voice. You are the courageous generation. That's what...
Okay, and that's the clip. One other thing I just want to say before I get to the JD thing is everyone has an opinion about Erica Kirk. And, you know, she's opportunistic. She's like, doesn't seem like she's really grieving. Or it seems inauthentic, or seems like she's playing it up, or whatever. Everyone has their opinion. And I was sitting here listening to this. I was driving one night while I was listening to this, and I was thinking, man, she wouldn't be able to win in this scenario. Because if she was not out doing what she's doing, then there would be people who are critiquing her for not adequately living up to his legacy. If she went out and she wasn't mourning and grieving as she did it, then people would say, oh, she's fake and she's inauthentic. And if she goes out and she's emotional and she cries, then people, oh, she's playing it up and she's dramatic and she's a woman, and there's like no winning here. But if it might be hard for the guys out there. The women, if you put yourselves in her shoes and your husband did what he did and he got murdered doing it, then like this is exactly where you would be. It's exactly what you would be doing. And you would be constantly referring back to him, constantly mentioning him, constantly framing everything in the light of him and his life and what he wanted and what he said. And your memories of him. Those would be ever present constantly. You'd always be thinking about that from the moment you woke up to the moment you went to sleep. And so when you went out to these events and you spoke at these events, I mean, now she's the CEO and chair of Turning Point. So of course, when there's Turning Point events, she's going to go speak at them. And of course, she's going to reference him and she's going to talk about him. So I don't know what's in her heart, but I know that she is. My wife says Matt would want me to say the N-word on the internet. She knows me so well. I challenge anybody who thinks that she's inauthentic or that it's not appropriate for her to be doing what she's doing to consider any of the counterfactuals and recognize that she'd be getting all the exact same criticisms no matter what she does. So I don't know her heart, but I'm just going to assume that she is authentic. She is mourning. It's absurd to me, people who are suggesting otherwise. Anyways, let us get to the big moment. Mr. J.D. Vance, the vice president, in his speech at TPUSA. I think I've got her introduction in here of him. We're at 1 1/4. Hopefully we can make it through like this. Let's go.
And I am tremendously blessed and honored tonight to be able to introduce to you a very, very dear friend and his wife. They are incredible. And I see no one will ever replace my husband. No. But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD and Vice President JD Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight, because he understands the fight that we're up against, and he can articulate that in a way that transcends race, that transcends demographic backgrounds. He's an amazing man. So please help me welcome to the stage Vice President JD Vance.
I am honored to introduce a friend of mine, somebody that I have just been so thrilled to see ascend in American politics. His story is uniquely American. Growing up in poverty, difficult circumstances, serving his country honorably and heroically in the United States Marine Corps.
I don't really care, Margaret.
An America First champion in Congress, and somebody who I know will bring this vision to make America great again. Join me in welcoming JD Vance, everybody.
By the way, just see the there's a lot of people who are sharing this still image of her hugging him, and they're taking that with the comment that she made that she sees a lot of her husband in JD, and the soap opera women and the fags who like to act like them are trying to turn this into something really scandalous. Just watch this at full speed and see, like, yeah, the still image looks very different than the actual video. That's all it is.
Oh, miss, I got a question. Are you ready?
No idea what they're saying. Some school
Wow,
chant.
that was impressive. They told me that would be impressive, and they were exactly right. So let me say a few words of thank you first to my dear friend and the widow of my dear friend Charlie Kirk, Erica. You have been such an amazing inspiration to the entire country. How much do we love Erica Kirk? She's done a hell of a job. I want to thank, we have a couple of Mississippi senators here. We have both Senator Roger Wicker and Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith. Thank you guys for being here. We have the governor of Mississippi with us. We got an all-star crowd here. Governor, thank you for being here. And most importantly, we have got over 10,000 students from across Mississippi. We are proud to have you, and we know that you are the future of Charlie Kirk's legacy. So thank you for being here.
The lighting that they've got on him is very, very good.
Have you, and we know that you are the future of Charlie Kirk's legacy. So thank you for being here. You know, I got this whole speech written, and I'm not going to deliver any of what I had written. I'm just going to speak from the heart, because that's what Charlie would so often do. And you know, when I think about what we lost.
When I heard that, I was like, yes, yes, give me off the cuff JD. You guys, if you've been listening for a while, you know I've mentioned this so many times. Iwit says it there in the chat. He's still so clunky on notes. Yes. He's so much better off the cuff. So remember that for the rest of this video, whether it's him giving his speech here or then him going through the Q&A and answering questions, he is just doing all of this off the dome.
6 weeks ago, it feels like forever ago, when I was in a meeting in the West Wing, and one of my staff members came in and said that Charlie had been shot, and then I looked at my phone and I saw all the text messages and realized that my dear friend had been very seriously injured. Now, in the West Wing at that time, we actually thought that Charlie had a chance. We didn't know that he was eventually going to pass away. There were initial reports from the medical team that maybe things were going okay, and of course, eventually Charlie took his last breath and went home to be with his Lord and Savior. I remember thinking at that moment, first, of course, about Erica and the children. They've got their oldest, their daughter, is very similar in age to our youngest child. And I remember thinking, what a terrible tragedy for that family. And the second thing that I thought was, what a terrible tragedy for the United States of America. Because Charlie wasn't just a political figure. He wasn't just a guy who went around campus and said very interesting things and hosted all of these debates. He was a person who, particularly to the young people of this country, to all of you, he had the very best advice. And I think that's the most important way for me to honor Charlie, which is to repeat that advice, something I found true.
So this is the thing that he chooses to lead off with. He's like, screw my notes. This is the first thing that I want to say about. This is the first thing I want to tell the young people.
In my own life, Charlie wanted all of you, whatever life path you chose, whatever career you chose, whatever you ultimately did for a living, Charlie wanted you, more than anything, to invest in the things that were worth having, to build a life that was worth building. And that started, the most important advice he ever gave you was fall in love, get married, and start a family. And I can't honor Charlie without repeating that most important advice.
Hopefully you guys don't mind me getting a little food in my belly while we watch this, so pardon the food. I got a chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell. I'm old enough to remember when the advice that you would get in college was, don't get into a relationship too early. Hold off. Get some more life experience. Get through school. Don't rush it. Don't rush it. You got lots of time. You got your whole life ahead of you. I'm a big fan of this change.
Now, most of you are probably too young to have found the person you're going to spend the rest of your life with. Some of you are lucky enough to have found that person already. But I will tell you, if you're as lucky and blessed as I have been, it hits you like a ton of bricks. And I found that person in my lovely wife, Usha, our second lady, who is here with us today. She's sitting in the audience somewhere. I don't know where. But I love you, honey. And have children. That's something Charlie also always told. I grew up in a generation. I'm 41 years old. I'm a millennial. And if you're being uncharitable, you would call me a geriatric millennial, which I really hate. I really hate being called a geriatric millennial, but here I am at 41 talking to all of you like I've got great wisdom. Here's the thing. The one regret, the only regret that I really have in my entire life, and I've made plenty of mistakes, but the one regret that I have is that
He's so good at being self-effacing, and I think it's because after listening to him and reading his writing and stuff, he genuinely just is that way. He's like, here I am, a millennial, and I'm going to give you guys some advice. You know, take it for what it is. Yeah, he is a millennial, Fenris. He's 41. Geriatric millennial.
Frankly, I wish we had started having kids sooner. Because when you're a young father, you realize what an incredible blessing they are, but they're also very exhausting. And I know here at Ole Miss, we like to party a lot.
This is I'd never even really thought of it this way before. When he said this, I was hooting.
They are, but they're also very exhausting. And I know here at Ole Miss, we like to party a lot. And I know at Ole Miss, occasionally some of you will have a few drinks on a Friday or Saturday, or hopefully not a Tuesday night, but I'm sure that happens from time to time here in SEC country. But here's the thing. When you go out until 3 in the morning and wake up at 6 a.m. for class, the thing that I've learned in my old age is that incredible energy, God actually meant it for another purpose, and that purpose was to help take care of a family. So while you're young, have those babies if you're able to. That's something Charlie said all the time.
That's my motherfucking vice president. All that energy being dedicated to partying, staying up all night in college. The reason you have that energy at that age is to take care of babies. Man. Yes, it would have been much easier. It would have been much easier to take care of children when we were younger.
But think of that.
At least from an energy standpoint, there's probably some things that it's not all bad, you know, like there's many things that I learned and settled with myself before having children, since I waited quite a bit longer, that are good. And if I tried to have kids earlier, then I wouldn't have met my wife. So I'm not going to try to rewrite history. I'm very glad that things are the way they are. She says, I'm so tired. Send help. She was up until 2:30 in the morning finishing off Eastwood's costume. I married a saint and a superhero.
Advice, if you think of that advice, Charlie wanted you to get married. He wanted you to fall in love. He wanted you to build a family. He wanted you to find a vocation. That was the advice that he gave on campuses. But that's not just about you. That's also about our country and about our government. Because while you have the freedom to live life as you so choose, I have got a responsibility as your vice president to make the American dream as accessible as possible. And this is why, my friends, this is why we care about all the things that we care about. Why do I care so much about having a secure border in the United States of America? It's because I believe that when you let in a flood of illegal immigration, what it does is it drives down the wages of young people and makes housing unaffordable for the entire American population. That's why we close down the border. The left will say our immigration policy is about hating immigration, hating immigrants. We don't hate anybody. We love our fellow citizens. And because we want them to have the American dream, we shut that border down the very first day that Donald J. Trump was the president of the United States. I care about you being able to afford a home, which is why we fought so hard to fix the broken policies of the Biden administration. I want a lot of you, I'm sure there are military veterans in this room right now. I'm sure there are a lot of people who will join the military in the future, and we're proud of you. But part of America First is ensuring that we never ask you to go and do the American people's business unless it is in the interest of the United States of America, and that's how we honor the sacrifice of our troops. And that's what.
Can I just say, he should never use a teleprompter ever again. He is so much better without it. My vice president is very experienced fighting the flood.
Why, my friends, that's why we care so much about free speech. As Charlie lived and died for the basic principle that we ought to be able to talk about our differences, we ought to be able to debate them, and we ought to have faith that the best way to make sure that the best idea wins is to actually just have a discussion. And that is what this event is all about. That is what Turning Points USA is all about. And I'm so proud. And most of all, I'm so grateful to each and every person, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, for coming out and honoring one of the most important parts of Charlie's legacy, because we're going to have a discussion tonight, and that's what Charlie would want us to do. Now, I want to get to questions, and I want to leave plenty of time for questions, but I want to make just a couple of final points about Charlie's legacy in politics. The most important thing about Charlie is that he was a great husband and a great father. Erica told me probably 12 hours after Charlie had been pronounced dead, she was just absolutely devastated. She was unable, if you've ever known anybody who's grieving, sometimes it's they're unable to even hold a single thought for more than a few seconds. And what Erica told me, and I'm going to get a little emotional, is that she said that Charlie never yelled at her, he never cussed at her. And that, to me, is a great legacy to leave as a husband and a father, for your wife to be able to say that my husband was always good to me, and Charlie was a good man. But he also had the legacy of believing in political debate, and he was the most effective person in politics that I have ever seen. And by the way, that's not because Charlie always agreed with me and the president's policies. I remember one time in particular where Charlie Kirk called me, and guys, he was mad. It was one, I wouldn't say the last conversation that I had with him, but it was in the last few months of his life. And he called me and he said, JD, I'm really worried that what's going on in the Middle East right now is going to lead the United States into a protracted military conflict. I've never told anybody that Charlie was really worried about that in the final months of his life. Now, here's the thing. Charlie was so effective, and he was so trusted by both me and the President of the United States, that when Charlie made that phone call, I didn't say, screw you, you don't know what you're talking about. I listened to him. And I really believe that one of the reasons why the President of the United States knocked out the Iranian nuclear facilities, but never got the United States into a protracted military conflict and never lost a single American in a Middle Eastern conflict, is because we had the wisdom and the good sense to recognize that the American people are done with American troops dying in unnecessary foreign conflicts. But Charlie Kirk reminded me of that. Charlie Kirk.
It's almost like being respectful and constructive, and developing a relationship of that makes you that much more effective as an influencer on the administration. Who'd have thunk?
So that was a great moment for our country. It was a great moment for my friendship with Charlie Kirk, because friendship is not just about telling everybody what they want to hear.
Correct. Like Uber Patriot John Doyle said. John Doyle mentioned, so I am obligated to, hold on.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
It's not just about agreeing with everybody all the time. It's about having the trust in another human being that you can tell them they're wrong and actually encourage them to change their mind. Or in that case, not necessarily even tell us that we were wrong, but make sure that we were thinking about all the options. And of course, under the president's leadership, we were doing exactly that. But Charlie was so good at that. And I think that's one of the ways in which I want all of you to honor your legacy. Obviously, you care about our great nation, or you wouldn't be here. A lot of you will go on to become future leaders in business or in politics. A lot of you will run campaigns. A lot of you will work on campaigns. A lot of you will be future leaders. There might even be a lowly future vice president of the United States in this very room. But here's the thing that I want all of you to remember. Charlie wasn't effective just because he had opinions. A lot of people have opinions. Charlie was effective because he was courageous, because he worked very hard, and because he made his vision a reality. And so if you care about this country, as I know all of you do, don't just complain about social media. Get up and get involved in a campaign. If you want a better policy outcome, even from an administration that you voted for, then get out and get involved and making your voice heard. If you care about this country, love it enough to get involved in the process and how we govern it. That is the only way we are going to save the United States of America, and that is perhaps the greatest contribution that you can make to Charlie Kirk's legacy, is getting involved in saving this country. I'm in the fight, and I know every single one of you are with me. God bless you, and thank you for having me.
Holy crap. Stop the presses. JD Vance has revealed his Halloween costume. Oh my God. Ah! Incredible. Go to JD's account. Okay, hold on. Where is he here? Oh my God, he did it! Can you hear the screaming? Ah! Oh man! Oh! Oh, it's so glorious! Oh my God! Oh, I never could have imagined. What a fucking great timeline. JD is going as Rare Vance for Halloween and you're fucking black pilling? Crown the man immediately. He did the meme. He did the meme. Oh, this is forever designated the rarest Vance. Oh my God. Look at that. That's fucking face. Oh, I can't wait to see all the posts when I get done here. I gotta keep playing this so we can get through as much of it as I can. Oh, what a day. Yes, Living Dead, we have never been more back. Never. We just keep getting more back every single day.
I appreciate that, but we're new. But like, hey. Thank you. But like, hey, please. I appreciate that, but we're not even halfway done. So here's I don't know what you're saying, but it sounds awesome. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know if you guys could tell, they were chanting 48.
What we're going to do next is actually take some questions. And I remember one of my favorite things about Charlie, not that there aren't going to be some questioners who agree with me, but if you disagree with me, I would ask that you come to the front of the line because we want to talk to people we agree with. We also want to hear from people we disagree with. It is hard for me to see because the spotlights are very bright, but whoever's in line, go ahead and ask your question. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can see you. How you doing?
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Thank you so much for being here. My name's Lucy.
And I'm Ellie, and we're with the Turning Point chapter for this question.
Thank you, guys.
Can you tell us how your faith helps you in your role as Vice President?
Well, I appreciate that. That is a very good question. And this is another way in which Charlie has affected my life. I would say that I grew up, again, in a generation where even if people had very deep personal faith, they didn't talk about their faith a whole lot. And I grew up in a country where you just didn't hear political leaders talk about their faith. But the reason why I try to be the best husband I can be, the best father I can be, the reason why I care so much about all the issues that we're going to talk about is because I believe that I've been placed in this position for a brief period of time to do the most amount of good for God and for the country that I love so much. And that's the most important way that my faith influences me is we all get a limited opportunity to make a difference. And if you believe as we believe, you believe that God, you believe that Jesus Christ has a plan. And sometimes we don't understand that plan. By the way, one way I don't understand.
Notice the intentional inclusion of Jesus Christ there.
That plan is why my friend lost his life 6 weeks ago. Sometimes I get pissed off about that. But what I remind myself is that there is a deeper rhythm, that Jesus Christ is the author of the fate of human history, and we are charged to do everything that we can to effectuate that vision, to make our country a more virtuous place, a more prosperous place where people can raise a family and not be persecuted for their faith, but teach their children their faith. That recognition that all of us have a duty. And I have two very important duties as Vice President of the United States, to the American people and to God, and that's the most important influence my faith has on me. Thank you.
I understand your view on illegal immigration is it should be a top priority, strengthening our southern borders and fighting the massive drug trafficking that's taken place while securing jobs for the working class Americans. Also, deporting every single person who's invaded our country illegally, which I 100% agree on. My question to you is, what is your view on legal immigration? Personally, I have a girlfriend who's studying in America off a visa. Our hope is eventually getting a green card. So what is your view on legal immigration? Should we reduce it? Also, what is your plan for a merit-based system?
Now, like he said, he asked most of the other, he asked the other people, oh, if you disagree, come to the front of the line. So going from here on forward, I think every single question is a challenging question. And this one here is a doozy. This is not just like, what are your views on immigration? This is, what are your views on legal immigration from a person who is dating someone who wants to become a legal immigrant? My entire life, every single Republican answer to any sort of question like this is boilerplate, workshopped, focus grouped hogwash. He's here, no notes, just going off the top of his head. Listen to his answers to these questions.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate the question. And look, my honest view is that right now, America, thanks in part to the Biden border invasion, but also thanks in part to a lot of bad immigration policy, right now, we have let in too many immigrants into the United States of America. That is just a fundamental reality. Now,
he doesn't start the answer with oh, thank you, and I hope all your, everything's great with your girlfriend, and we really hope she can become a great American, and blah, 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 blah. No, the first thing he says is we've got too many people in the country. My stance on immigration is we have too many people in the country.
Now, look, legal immigration is complicated because we let in about 1 million legal immigrants into the United States of America every single year, and I think the evidence is pretty clear that a lot of those immigrants are actually undercutting the wages of American workers. It's one of the reasons why the President of the United States and a lot of us in the administration have encouraged H-1B reform, because if you look at the H-1B visa, what it's supposed to be is that you have a super genius who's studying at an American university, who's working at a great company. You want that super genius to stay in the United States of America and not go somewhere else. What it's actually used to do is hire an accountant at a 50% discount to an American citizen. I don't think that we should be hiring accountants from foreign countries when we've got accountants right here in the United States that would love to work for a good wage. Now, you asked about, I think, your girlfriend, you said, and I obviously don't know the full details about your situation, but my view is, look, there are people who want to come to the United States of America, and some of them, I'm sure, can enrich the United States of America by coming here, but we have got to get our overall numbers way, way down. Too many people have come into the United States of America. I am married to the daughter of immigrants who came to the United States in the 1980s. I do believe that many immigrants do in fact enrich the United States of America, but here's the problem. We don't even know how many illegal aliens we have. We don't even know. The best guess is probably 25, 30 million people. I've heard estimates as high as 50 million. When something like that happens, you've got to allow your own society to cohere a little bit, to build a sense of common identity, for all the newcomers to assimilate, the ones who are going to stay, to assimilate into American culture. Until you do that, you've got to be careful about any additional immigration, in my view. Thank you, sir.
Any additional immigration, he just fucking knocked the question out of the park. He does this multiple times on this issue. He might be the single best spokesperson on these issues of anybody that I've heard in the country right now. If you're talking about someone who can speak to the entire country on these issues.
Hello, I have a question about Israel and Trump's policy towards it. Do you think it's a conflict of interest for Miriam Adelson, an Israeli donor, to give millions?
Remember, I said when Nick mentioned Miriam Adelson, I said put a pin in that thought. This is what I was thinking of.
Dollars to his campaign, and then Trump have pro-Israeli policies?
Well, if you're asking, do I think the President of the United States has a conflict of interest? No, I do not, because I know how the President of the United States makes his decisions, and I see it behind the scenes. Now, as the President himself has said, Miriam Adelson, who, by the way, I know, and I have a very good relationship with her, she is very clear about the fact. She doesn't hide the fact that she really loves Israel, and that is part of what motivates her political giving. That is a reality. At the same time, the President of the United States is America first through and through. And let me give you just a couple of examples of this. Number one, we have heard from some pro-Israel voices, some people who really love the state of Israel, that they don't want us to have a relationship with certain Middle Eastern countries. Well, the President, his attitude is, we need to build relationships with any country where we have shared interests, and he's going to do it if it's in the interest of the American people, and he's done exactly that. Number two, there were people, and I remember this criticism of the President of the United States, I just raised it in the context of a conversation I had with Charlie. I remember when people said that the President of the United States was going to get us into a multi-100,000 troop regime change war for Israel. This was 4 months ago, this was 6 months ago. Now, the people who accuse the President of the United States of wanting to get us into a regime change war for Israel, I wonder if they stepped back and said, you know what, we were wrong about that. Because the President of the United States did not want to get us into a regime change war for any other country. He wanted to knock out a nuclear facility and get everybody back home, and that's exactly what he did. So I understand there's some frustrations out there, but I think the President of the United States, more than any president of my lifetime, is willing to stand up to anybody if he thinks it puts the interests of the American people first. Thank you.
Straight up saying that there are people who wanted him to get into a regime change war for Israel. All the things that were like unmentionable things in American politics everything is all out now. We live in an apocalyptic age, the great revealing. Everything is out in the open now. We're just addressing everything head on. That's the first question on Israel. There's at least, I think, 2 more.
Hello, Vice President Vance.
How you doing?
Good. I have a question. Do you condone large private corporations such as Palantir hoarding data caches on U.S. citizens?
So, note the trend in each of these questions. Like, literally every single one of these was basically take the biggest criticisms that are trafficked around constantly on X and hit him with them directly and see how he handles them.
No, I don't condone it. And here's the thing. So I get asked about Palantir a lot because there's this internet meme out there that somehow I am super in bed with Palantir. And here's the thing that I'd say about this. Palantir is a private company. They sometimes do a useful service, and sometimes they're going to do things that we don't like. You should be demanding that your representatives do 2 things when it comes to Palantir or when it comes to any other technology company. Number 1, protecting your data. What's going on with artificial intelligence is going to mean that there are massive inducements to steal your data, to harvest it, and to use it against you to sell digital advertisements. That is not what I believe in, and I've been fighting against it, whether it's Palantir or any other technology company, literally before I ran for office. When I ran for office, I was criticized by Republicans in my Republican Senate primary because I was talking then about Google and Facebook harvesting our data. It's unacceptable. I don't care who does it. I don't want them to do it. Number 2, and this is also very important. What's going on with artificial intelligence, we got to be worried about large-scale surveillance. Okay.
Yeah, Living Dead says he's so tuned into what the actual root of these questions are getting at. And he's not shying away from them at all. Like there's two sides, like there's 2 levels to that. Number 1, he knows the actual root of it, and he's not skirting around it. He's going straight for the heart of it. But it's even in the first place, he knows that. The guy is our guy. He is absolutely extremely online. We're gonna get a proof of this here in just a second.
Okay, everything. When you asked about Palantir, do you know that every time you make a credit card transaction, the credit card companies are collecting data on how you spend your money? Do you know that every time you linger over a link on the internet for more than a half second, the search engines are collecting data on you so that they can sell you advertisements? One of the biggest questions for American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President J.D. Vance, good evening.
Thank you.
My question is, the Republican Party, they stand for the right to bear arms. A lot of things the Founding Fathers really made a priority.
Sure.
And I feel as if requiring Christianity in public schools goes against the Founding Fathers' wish of freedom of religion. What do you think about that?
Well, I guess, who is saying that we require Christianity in public schools?
Just from what I've seen on the media and the news, it seems like the Trump administration had wanted to make praying in schools and Christian values incorporated.
Well, look, I think Christian values are a good thing, and I'll talk to you about why I think that's a good thing, but that's separate from forcing people to pray, which I don't think that anybody, certainly no Christian that I know, would ever support or ever endorse. And let me just say something generally about all the people. I see there's a big line, and I hope I can get to everybody's question. I remember when I was a sophomore in high school, I went to an event at my church, which was a book signing with Oliver North and Sean Hannity, the Fox News host. And this was back before, this was, I guess, 25 years ago. And so neither of these guys was maybe as big as they are today. And I remember standing in line and I'm about to say hello to Oliver North and Sean Hannity. And I remember thinking to myself, I was so nervous. All I need to do is shake their hand, give them a firm handshake and tell them my name. And that's what I'm thinking. Firm handshake, tell them my name. Firm handshake, tell them my name. And I get to the front of the line, and Sean Hannity looks at me, and he says, "How are you doing?" And I totally panic, and I go, JD. Because I had rehearsed, shaking, and saying my name. My point is, I admire your guys' courage, and please don't be nervous. If you need to work through a question, think about it, speak it. We're all here to have a nice conversation, and we're all supportive of it.
When I was listening to this and he's telling that story, I'm like, where's he going with this? What's the whole point? And then I realized he paused to tell that story because he noticed that the guy asking the question was like breathing really heavily and had cotton mouth and was like obviously very nervous. He's not just sitting here mailing this in. He is tuned in to the entire process.
Here's the thing when you talk about forcing, I'm going to answer your question, forcing Christianity, forcing people to pray. There's a liberal idea out there that I think is wrong, and that's that liberalism is the source of freedom of religion. And actually, if you go back to the original founding documents of the United States of America, if you go back to the Anglo legal tradition well before there was ever a United States of America, what you find is that freedom of religion is actually a Christian concept. And the reason it's a Christian concept is very simple. Because Christianity, Imago Dei, the idea that we are all made in the image of our Creator, means that we must respect the free will of every single person. Now, part of that is you have a conversation with people. Having free will doesn't mean that you're not allowed to encourage somebody, that you're not allowed to talk to somebody about your faith, that you're not allowed to talk about certain values in school. When our founders talked about freedom of religion, they didn't mean you weren't allowed to say a Christian prayer in a public school or that you weren't allowed to talk about Jesus Christ in a public forum. They just meant that nobody could force you to profess the Christian faith. That had to come from your own free will. And I believe that, and I think every Christian who I've ever spoken to believes that the source is the Christian, the source of your faith, the Christian understanding must be your own free will. But here's the thing about Christian values. There are a lot of Christian values out there that I think that we've just sort of assumed and we've in fact taken for granted. Christian values are the idea that you should respect every single person as an individual, whatever the color of their skin, created in the image of God. That's a Christian concept. And in fact, it was a Christian empire, Great Britain, that abolished slavery to begin with. The idea that we should eliminate child sacrifice. What did the Christian settlers find when they came to the New World? They found a lot of civilizations that were murdering babies in weird religious rituals. It was Christianity that said we don't kill children just because they're somehow inconvenient to people. A lot of the things, human rights, the very idea that human beings have rights are a Christian concept. And so I'd ask you, my assumption based on the question is that you're skeptical of Christianity, or at least of certain public professions of Christianity. One of my favorite Bible verses is, "By your fruits ye shall know them." And I think that the fruits of the Christian faith are the most moral, the most just, the most prosperous civilization in history. I make no apologies for believing that Christianity is the pathway to God. I make no apologies for thinking that Christian values are an important foundation of this country, but I'm not going to force you to believe in anything because that's not what God wants and that's not what I want either.
So,
how is that for a frickin' answer? I remember exactly where I was while I was listening to this the other night. And I was dragging my chin on the ground. Living Dead says, "Whosoever may dare question his our guyness shall forthwith be brought before the wall." That's right. Straight Buster said he's so fucking good. He's so fucking good.
Go ahead.
For the school system, do you agree that there should be Christian implementation, or do you think that school system should be neutral and be focused on science, literature, reading, writing?
Oh, just wait for this answer.
Arithmetic.
Well, I reject the idea that anything is purely neutral.
Ah! The vice president is rejecting neutrality.
Okay, there are, for example, let's take a basic scientific fact, and this is a little spicy. I'm not trying to make this too controversial, but take the basic scientific fact of, can you take a pill to change your biological gender? Okay? Now that's something that 15 years ago, quite literally every single scientist in the Western world would have said, absolutely not, that's crazy, and now people will. I think the premise of your question, I don't totally share it because I don't think perfect neutrality is possible. What is it? You talk about history. Was Christopher Columbus a great explorer, or was he a guy who committed genocide against the native populations? These debates, I'm happy to have them, but I reject the idea that there are truly neutral debates. Anybody who's telling you their view is neutral likely has an agenda to sell you, and I'm at least honest about the fact that I think the Christian foundation of this country is a good thing. Next.
Okay, thank you. And for the pill you're talking about, what do you mean specifically? Are you talking about testosterone, estrogen.
Yeah, I'm talking about hormone replacement therapy. That's what I'm talking about. Just to be respectful, let's keep it going.
Yes, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Hello, Mr. Vice President. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to talk.
This is the one. This is the one that really took off. You've probably seen memes with this chick here. You thought it was good so far? He's taken it to another level.
Hello, Mr. Vice President. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to talk here today. I did not agree with many of the things that you said right ahead of this, but I don't think that's my point to discuss here. What I want to ask is, you are married to a woman who is not Christian. In her Wikipedia, I mean, I just looked that up. I wanted to know what her faith was. I didn't know this before. But she still calls herself Hindu. You are raising three kids in cultural, racial, religious household. How are you maintaining, or how are you teaching your kids not to keep your religion ahead of their mother's religion? Or how are you teaching them that your kind, they're that kind who got here just few years or few decades ago is different or is better than your mom's kind who got here just a generation before? How are you balancing that? And when you talk about too many immigrants here, when did you guys decide that number? Why did you sell us a dream? You made us spend our youth, our wealth in this country and gave us a dream. You don't owe us anything. We have worked hard for it. Then how can you as a vice president stand there and say that we have too many of them now and we are going to take them out to people who are here rightfully so by paying the money that you guys asked us? You gave us the path, and now how can you stop it and tell us we don't belong here anymore? And one more thing, I'm sorry. One more thing.
Sure.
Do you have to
There's a lot there. I don't know if I'm going to remember all this, but I will try.
I'm sorry. I had to say all of this, and please take it with due. I mean, I'm saying all of this with due respect.
Go ahead.
I
Please.
have no intention of causing a scene here or anything, but
we're not close to causing a scene. Don't worry.
But we talked about Christianity, all of this. I'm not even Christian, and I'm here standing to so support. Why are we making Christianity one of the major thing that you have to have in common to be one of you guys, to show that I love America just as you do? Why is that still a question? Why do I have to be a Christian?
Okay, so
there was 3 questions in there. I think any of those 3 questions by itself would probably be one of the toughest questions that I've ever seen put to a political figure actively in office to answer. There's nothing fluff about this. There's, how do you handle your interracial, your interreligious, interracial marriage? There is all of us immigrants who were brought into the country, who had promises made to us, and were invited here, and we feel like we've contributed and everything. How dare you say we don't belong here? And then I don't even remember what the third one was. He sat there, took the whole thing in, and now he's going to answer these questions.
So there was a lot there, and I'm going to try to respond to as much of it as I can. So on the question of immigration.
The third question was, I'm not Christian. Like, basically, why are you making Christianity be like a must-have thing here? Why do you have to be Christian? Why are we elevating Christianity?
First of all, I can believe that we should have lower immigration levels, but if the United States passed a law and made a promise to somebody, the United States, of course, has to honor that promise. Nobody's talking about that. I'm talking about people who came in violation of the laws of the United States of America, and I'm talking about in the future reducing the number of people. Sorry, what?
May I continue on that? Because when you just said you are not stopping with the people who came here legally, right? But you are pushing out policies that hurt us. And these policies are not even solving the problems. These policies are just creating chaos.
No, ma'am. Okay, so again, I'm gonna finish answering the question, and then if I've answered all 9 of your questions in less than 15 minutes, then we can keep on going. We gotta have a little fun, right? So here's the thing. I can believe that the United States should lower its levels of immigration in the future, while also respecting that there are people who have come here through lawful immigration pathways that have contributed to the country. But just because one person or 10 people or 100 people came in legally and contributed to the United States of America, does that mean that we're thereby committed to let in 1 million or 10 million or 100 million people a year in the future? No, that's not right. We cannot have, I'll go and finish. We cannot have an immigration policy where what was good for the country 50 or 60 years ago binds.
For anyone who's just listening, she keeps raising her hand like because she wants to ask another question. And that's why he's like, I'm just going to finish.
The country inevitably for the future. There's too many people who want to come to the United States of America, and my job as vice president is not to look out for the interests of the whole world. It's to look out for the people of the United States.
Oh! Let's hear that again.
Binds the country inevitably for the future. There's too many people who want to come to the United States of America, and my job as vice president is not to look out for the interests of the whole world. It's to look out for the people of the United States. Now, Now, you asked a personal question about our interfaith household, and yes, my wife did not grow up Christian. I think it's fair to say that she grew up in a Hindu family, but not a particularly religious family in either direction. In fact, when I met my wife, we were both, I would consider myself an agnostic or an atheist, and that's what I think she would have considered herself as well. You know, everybody has to come to their own arrangement here. The way that we've come to our arrangement is she's my best friend. We talk to each other about this stuff. So we decided to raise our kids Christian. Our two oldest kids who go to...
It's kind of ironic that I just played the thing with Nick talking to Tucker when he says that he hates it when guys say that I married my best friend, and here JD says I married my best friend.
School, they go to a Christian school. Our 8-year-old did his first communion about a year ago. That's the way that we have come to our arrangement. But thank you. My 8-year-old was also very proud of his first communion. Thank you, guys. I'll tell him that Ole Miss wishes him the best. But I think everybody has to have this own conversation when you're in a marriage. I mean, it's true for friends of mine who are in Protestant and Catholic marriages, friends of mine who are in, atheist and Christian marriages. You just got to talk to the only advice I can give is you just got to talk to the person that God has put you with, and you've got to make those decisions as a family unit. For us, it works out. Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her, and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way. But if she doesn't, then God says everybody has free will, and so that doesn't cause a problem for me. That's something you work out with your friends, with your family, with the person that you love. Again, one of the most important Christian principles is that you respect free will. Usha's closer to the priests who baptized me than maybe I am. They talk about this stuff. My attitude is you figure this stuff out as a family, and you trust in God to have a plan, and you try to follow it as best as you can, and that's what I try to do.
He's not mincing words with these either. Like he is answering these fully and comprehensively. There's no like dodging them or trying to just give some sort of boilerplate answer or anything. He's like not just answering these questions, he's absolutely knocking them out of the park, going above and beyond to address them as comprehensively as possible.
I want to make a final point.
You can't fake this. I challenge anybody who thinks he's insincere to put yourself in a situation like this, in a public speaking situation, where someone is actively criticizing you or giving you like politically explosive things to address in front of an audience with millions of people watching you, and then just like fake your way through it and just make up some bullshit. It's not possible. Yeah, imagine Kamala answering this question. Hell, imagine fucking like Mike Johnson answering this question. It would be not, just no way.
So I don't want to cut you off. I want to be respectful to all the people behind you in line, but I want to make this point about immigration, okay? If you ask the question, what is the exact right number of immigrants for the United States to let in, it is just very specific on the context. If you go back to the 1920s, the United States passed an Immigration Reform Act that effectively cut down immigration to close to zero for 40 years in this country. And what happened over those 40 years? The many people who had come from many different foreign countries and different foreign cultures, they assimilated into American culture. And there was an expectation that they would assimilate into American culture. I think we have two problems in our immigration.
He's actively normalizing the notion of cutting immigration to zero
System today. And my guess is you're probably a slightly more leftist political persuasion, liberal political persuasion, maybe not. But here's the thing. I remember back in my establishment GOP days when I was still very early getting involved in Republican politics, I remember a conservative think tank person who told me that one of the reasons why immigration was really good is that if you had enough diversity in a country, people would mistrust each other and they wouldn't join labor unions. Okay? So when I see a lot of left-wing people who theoretically support organized labor saying we need to flood the country with a limitless number of immigrants, they're unwilling to set any limitations on it. My response to that is you are destroying the very social trust on which American freedom and prosperity was built. And that is really important to me. So the honest answer to your question, what is the exact number of immigrants America should accept in the future? Right now, the answer is far less than we've been accepting. We have got to become a common community again, and you can't do that when you have such high numbers of immigration, which is one of the reasons why we have the immigration policy we do. Thank you. Next.
So frickin' good. He manages to not cuck out on any of these questions, to actually like teach you something, to draw from history or philosophy or something to substantiate it. Obviously very well read, and yet also deliver it in such a way that it doesn't, it's very normie palatable. It's obvious that the dude has a soul, that he's a sensitive young man. He's not some evil overlord. He's a good dude. He's just a good, sincere dude who's extremely sharp and uncompromising. Ugh.
Good evening, Vice President Vance. I just want to say it's an honor to actually be able to talk to you.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. One of my biggest questions is, I feel like one of the biggest problems that America is facing today is that ever-growing social political divide, and we're seeing this on the Republican and Democratic side, but we've seen that a refusal to cooperate with the other side has led to some major issues, including right now the government shutdown, and I wonder, as the party in power, what are your plans to address that issue towards, reaching that olive branch out to the other side to actually come to an agreement on how to go forward with our government?
Look, it's a very good question, and let me just say on the government shutdown in particular, the reality here is that there's a very simple bill that just reopens the government. It does it through pretty much the end of the year. That got every single Republican in the House of Representatives to support it, and then it got 52 Republicans in the Senate and 3 Democrats in the Senate to support it, but because of weird Senate procedural rules, it requires a 60-vote threshold. So on that issue in particular, when you have every single Republican with like 2 exceptions in both houses of Congress, I feel pretty confident. I know that I'm partisan. I know I have an R next to my name, but I feel pretty damn good saying the shutdown is the Democrats' fault because we voted again and again to open it.
2 Republicans voted against it. I wonder which ones.
Now, but there's a broader question there, and I think most Americans, whatever their political persuasion, would actually like the country's political parties to work together better to solve the problems. And look, and I agree with that. And my approach when I was in the United States Senate was to try to find some issues where we could agree with the other side on and try to work with them on it. And let me give you one example. I really worry about concentration in the corporate sector. I worry about big corporate monopolies. I worry that when you have only 1 or 2 companies dominating an entire sector, it's bad for liberty and it's bad for prosperity. So you may be shocked to hear this, but I actually worked with Elizabeth Warren on some anti-monopoly stuff when I was in the United States Senate. But here's the problem. The problem is there is actually a lot of things where we could work across the aisle. There are a lot of President Trump is in my view, you haven't seen organized labor ever get behind a Republican, at least in 100 years, like they have behind Donald J. Trump. There are a lot of areas of common ground on that question. The problem is, as reasonable as some of these people can be in private, in public, the current obsession of the Democratic Party in leadership, I'm not saying every Democrat in the country, but the current obsession of every Democrat in Congress is get President Trump. Fight President Trump, attack President Trump. It is impossible for us to work across the aisle unless a person is willing to put down their partisan sword, shut the hell up about fake scandals related to Donald Trump, and actually work with us. That's the way you make this happen.
It's damn it, Jeremy said he's seen countless politicians dodge, duck, and talk around questions, and he refuses to do that. He has it figured out. Yep. Tooz McGee says no fat or friction to following him at all. Vance has the opposite of doublespeak. Yes. Yeah, Massey and Paul. He answers a question specifically about Massey here in a little bit.
Next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. I'm going to try to get through as many as possible, guys. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice President.
Hello.
Hi. I actually drove here all the way from Memphis, Tennessee. Go Tigers. So, I'm sure everyone here is aware of the Memphis Safe Task Force that has been in the city for about a month now, and I checked a little earlier, as of this morning, I believe they've arrested 1,700 people and seized about 300 illegal guns. So I want to ask, how does this law enforcement objective jive with Attorney General Pam Bondi's pledge to make the Department of Justice a more pro-Second Amendment Department of Justice? Because I'm sure most people in here support the Second Amendment. So how can Republicans and this Department of Justice use the current gun laws that are on the books that a lot of pro-Second Amendment advocates disagree with, that we wanted to overturn in the Big Beautiful Bill, but we didn't get it?
Yeah. So I understand the question. And by the way, I supported some of those changes in the Big Beautiful Bill. I know the President of the United States did too. We didn't have the votes to get them in there, and that's as simple as that. But I know exactly what you're talking about because there were a couple of issues in particular. I talked to some of my Second Amendment friends. But here's the basic issue. We don't want people who have violated the law, who have committed felonies. The Second Amendment, like every other amendment, it's about due process. It's that you don't have your rights violated unless there is due process of law. If you're a person who's committed 4 felonies and a court has lawfully ordered that you shouldn't have a gun and you're running around with a firearm, I don't have any problem with law enforcement saying you don't get to have that firearm that is illegally possessed, illegally obtained. I think that's basic law and order. Now again, if you had, if you had somebody come in and say, well, we don't think that person should have a firearm, but they haven't violated any law, that's a totally separate question. That's not what we're focused on. What we're focused on is violent crime and people who have violated, the bodily autonomy of another human people. A person who has committed an act of violence against one of their fellow citizens, we're going to clean up the streets, get those people off the streets, and make America safe for the American citizens again. That is our entire law and order policy, and I think we're doing a pretty good job at it. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a Christian man, and I'm just confused why there's this notion that we might have owe Israel something, or that they're our greatest ally, or that we have to support this multi-hundred-billion-dollar foreign aid package to Israel to cover this, to quote Charlie Kirk, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Yeah, so let me say a few things about this. First of all, when the President of the United States says America first, that means that he pursues the interests of Americans first. That is our entire foreign policy. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to have alliances, that you're not going to work with other countries from time to time, and that is what the president believes, is that Israel, sometimes they have similar interests to the United States and we're going to work with them in that case. Sometimes they don't have similar interests to the United States. In this example, the most recent Gaza peace plan that all of us have been working on very hard for the past few weeks, the president of the United States could only get that peace deal done by actually being willing to apply leverage to the state of Israel. So when people say that Israel is somehow manipulating or controlling the president of the United States, they're not controlling this president of the United States, which is one of the reasons why we'd be able to have some of the success that we've had in the Middle East. Now, you ask about, sort of Jews disagreeing with Christians on certain religious ideas. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the realities is that Jews do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. Obviously, Christians do believe that. There are some significant theological disagreements between Christians and Jews. My attitude is, let's have those conversations. Let's have those disagreements when we have them. But if there are shared areas of interest, we ought to be willing to do that too. For example, one thing I really, really care about is the preservation of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Christians believe that that is the site where Jesus Christ was crucified, and also that his tomb is right there as well. My attitude is, if we can work with our friends in Israel to make sure that Christians have safe access to that site, that's an obvious area of common interest. I'm fine with that. What I'm not okay with is any country coming before the interests of American citizens, and it is important for all of us, assuming we're American citizens, to put the interest of our own country first. That's what we're going to do. That's what we try to do every single day, I promise you. Thank you.
Straight Buster says, man, they're not going easy on him. See what I mean? Like, every single one of these questions sounds like it was workshopped off of Twitter. Like, if somebody did a poll and said, list your top 10 most difficult questions to ask. J.D. Vance, specifically J.D. Vance in October of 2025. He's gotten every single one of them, and he has hammered them. Kalmar says, I've never heard any politician mention the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Right. Not another politician would.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. I'm the president of our pro-life organization here at Ole Miss, Rebels for Life. And I myself, as a president, am 100% pro-life. And I know you've stated, you being Catholic, that in the past you've stated that you're 100% pro-life. But since joining the presidential campaign as the VP, you've kind of wavered how you see abortion. So I'm just wondering what your stance is right now.
Sure.
And do you think that someone else's right to liberty trumps someone else's right to life?
Well, first of all, I appreciate your question, and I appreciate the work that you do. You asked the question, do I think somebody else's right to liberty trumps somebody else's right to life? No, I do not. I, in fact, do not believe that. Now, you said, and I'm going to take issue with something you said, just the premise of the question, which is that I've wavered on the pro-life issue. I really do believe that the president has been the most pro-life president in the history of the United States of America. Now, that said, there are two things that I think we have to keep in mind here. Now, one is the very, very hard question of, when we talk about our abortion policy, there are some very, very difficult edge cases. There are cases where you've got, an 11-year-old girl who was raped, who it would be unsafe for her to bring the baby to term. You've got situations where, bringing a baby to term would cause serious bodily harm, maybe death for the mother. That's one of the reasons why we believe in the exception in these cases where you have, again, they're edge cases, they're rare. I think the pro-abortion community would have you believe that's 90% of abortions. That's not true. But we got to be honest about the fact that there are some edge cases.
Notice he said the pro-abortion community, not the pro-choice community.
The second thing I'd say about this is that we have to be prudential and practical in what can get accomplished. And there may be disagreements about what exactly that is, but if you look at the pro-life victories that the President of the United States has been able to achieve, he's been able to achieve them because he has worked within the system that we have. If your attitude is you are going to pursue the most aggressive pro-life option, even if it means you lose every election and every outcome means that you're going to be in a situation where the Democrats have abortion on demand up to the moment of birth to the very end. You've got to work within the political constraints that we have. Now, here let me just say something about this. And somebody asked me earlier about my Christian values. And one of the points I made is that when the settlers came to the New World, they found very widespread child sacrifice. I imagine there are some people who don't agree with my view on the pro-life issue. Let me just make an observation. If you go to historical archaeological sites where there were brothels, and the two oldest businesses in the world are gambling and prostitution, so there were brothels even in very ancient civilizations. If you go back to ancient brothels and you dig up the bones of the women who were working in these places, you will very often find a lot of children who were buried with them. And the answer is that whenever a society decides to discard innocent babies, they also don't treat their women very well. And whenever a society mistreats its women, it is very often the babies who come right after that. There is a reason why Christian civilization ended the practice of child sacrifice all over the world, and it's one of the great accomplishments of Christian civilization. I believe that we should try to be protecting every unborn life. There's a question of exactly how we do it, but I would never say that anyone's right to life should be sacrificed. Thank you, man.
Just straight up calling abortion child sacrifice. And look at this. Oh, they deleted the tweet. The account's gone now. Well, Officer Friendly here said, I'm the highest follower account to have retweeted this tweet, which J.D. Vance cited earlier tonight at Ole Miss. Standing back and standing by, Mr. Vice President. And then I think it was Terillian was the account here, Holy Roman Simp. He had tweeted that in response to something else, and it had I don't know, maybe 10,000 views when I saved this the other day. What was this? Must have been early yesterday morning that I saved this tweet. And that tweet was there. The person deleted their account or something. I don't know. But J.D. Vance is roaming the Twitter streets, getting the bangers, even the ones from relatively small accounts or with relatively few views. Yeah, he framed feminism as harming women too. Yep.
First, I just have to say I'm thrilled to hear you articulate Christian values on a stage like this and to remind us that things we take for granted and things we value so much have a Christian origin. So thank you for that. I really mean that. However...
So much of liberalism, by the way, so much of the far left is a sort of, if you really pay attention to it, it's a kind of perverted version of Christianity. Like, there's nothing wrong, of course, with focusing on people who are disenfranchised, for example. That's the focus of liberalism. But if you completely separate it from any religious duty, any civic virtue, then that can actually become, for example, an inducement to lawlessness. You can't just have compassion for the criminal, you also have to have justice too, which is why I think that a properly rooted Christian moral order is such an important part of the future of our country. But sorry, I interrupted you, go ahead.
A properly rooted Christian moral order. Look at my integralist VP.
No, amen, absolutely. Now, as much as I hope and pray that we can be a nation of Christians, the idea of a Christian nation scares me. So I'd like to hear your feedback on a pretty nuanced argument here, that perhaps there should be a wall of separation, as at least one of our founders advocated, between church and state at the national level. However, that line can and should get blurrier as we descend to the community level. And perhaps that is actually the system, the structure that our founders gave us when they said Congress shall make no law establishing a religious body. However, states did have close relationships with churches at that time.
Yeah.
Do you think that that is a rationale that works? Do you think that that is the way we should implement around these Christian values?
So
this is actually a very, very good question.
This is a very nuanced point, and I want to just make sure that everybody's kind of on the same page here.
And JD is on it. He knows exactly where this is going.
So if you go back to the First Amendment, it doesn't say separation of church and state. It says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. But if you go back to the founding time, there were actually a number of states that had formally recognized churches.
Augustine says, what the hell is scary about a Christian state? Well, for one thing, if it's a Christian state, are we saying it's generically Christian? Or are we saying it's Catholic? Or it's Protestant? Or it's Orthodox? If it's Protestant, are we saying it's a Methodist state? Or is it a Baptist state? Or like once you're talking about making the government of a region openly Christian, now you're going to start getting into theological debates. And I know that there's I've heard some of the Orthodox guys talking about the possibility of, you know, if the Christian nationalism thing goes far enough, then it becomes realistic that you have Protestant, there's a historical basis for this, that you have Protestant governments that persecute, for example, Catholics and Orthodox for iconography. They say we're worshiping icons, and that gets outlawed. There's a long history of this sort of thing. So if it's a Christian state, then what sort of Christian state? So I could see why, and him asking this question, he obviously is, this is actually a very, very cleverly phrased question. And I'll get to it here in just a second as soon as JD gives his answer, because this principle that he's describing can be extended in other ways.
So there was the Anglican Church of Virginia. That was the official state church of Virginia. Maryland at the time was the only majority Catholic colony, or at least had a significant Catholic representation of the original 13 colonies. There's a lot there. And yes, I do think that what happened is the Supreme Court interpreted Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion to effectively throw the church out of every public space at the federal, state, and local level. I think it was a terrible mistake, and we're still paying for the consequences of it today. But and I think this is your point, if you were to undo that, if you were to get back to a system actually meant by the founders where Congress is not setting up an established religion, but people in their local communities can kind of do whatever it is that they want to do, I think that would be a better system than what we have today. But I think the most important principle that we have got to remember is you do not have to completely kick God out of the public square, which is what we've done in modern America. It's not what the founders wanted. It's not good for the United States of America. And anybody who tells you it's required by the Constitution is lying to you. Thank you.
So, this sort of idea, if you normalize the idea of Congress shall make no establishment of religion, but states you could have a state religion. So, Texas could have a officially sanctioned church of Texas. You could have a city. A city could have, and it could be there could be a city church. You could have a town, a neighborhood even. You could have entire neighborhoods that are only for members of a certain denomination. Wouldn't that be very interesting? Or only members of a certain Christian persuasion. Wouldn't that be very interesting?
Hello, JD. How you doing today, man?
Good. How you doing?
This guy is a character.
Hello, JD. How you doing today, man?
Good. How you doing?
In the wise words of Ricky Bobby, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Don't feel bad. Neither do I half the time, man.
Okay. First off, yeah, laugh it up. Okay, first off, I just want to say I am a huge supporter of the Trump administration. I was 3 months too late to vote for you guys, but if I could have, I would have. So I'm a huge supporter of you guys before I make my argument. But there is something you guys are doing that is kind of disturbing me a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. You guys have sent the military into Washington, D.C. and a few other cities that I can't think of off the top of my head, which, first off, they've had wonderful results. Like, no one can deny the results of that. It's wonderful. Some might even say the greatest. I'm a comedian.
I like this guy. Who is this guy?
Thank you, JD. I like you, too.
Now he's gonna ask the question about all the shit that we did wrong, but that's okay. Go ahead and ask your question.
But yeah, I'm just wondering, well, it's not necessarily something you did wrong, but it's what could someone else do wrong? Let's say we get a complete tyrant in office, and let's say Turning Point USA is having a huge protest against, something really bad that we don't like, and let's say a president is saying that it's getting violent. How can we,
JD's answer to this is just so good. And each one of these, like, I'm listening to the person ask the question, and I'm, like, formulating the answer in my own head, and every single time, JD's answer is better.
I'm trying to think. My mind's kind of blank. What is the difference between what you're doing and how could we prevent someone from abusing that power?
Yeah, so look, I understand where the question is coming from, and I think it's a fair question. And it's going to sound like I'm being sarcastic, and it really is not meant in any offense. But when you talk about what could another administration do, to take a wild, hypothetical example totally off the top of my head, what if Joe Biden sent the Federal Bureau of Investigation to start arresting his political opponents? Okay? So here's something that I want every conservative to remember. It's an important part of my entire political philosophy.
Wait for it.
Is we cannot be afraid to do something because the left might do it in the future. The left is already going to do it regardless of whether we do it. That is the takeaway of the last 40 years. And in particular, if you look at what we're doing, if Joe Biden wanted to deploy the National Guard to...
Straight Buster said, I'm the dinosaur dropping my drink right now. Earl Sinclair pilled.
A red state in a place where the murder rate was twice what it is in third world countries to actually go after murderers, that would be a great use of the National Guard. Unfortunately, I don't think Joe Biden would use it like that. What I'm worried about, frankly, is what the far left already did with American law enforcement, and that is the thing that we have to prevent against. And the answer to that question is you make sure the people who did it face penalties for using the federal power against American citizens. And by the way, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, JD. Honor to meet you, man.
Good to meet you too, man.
Oh. See what I mean? Every single time. I knew every single time. Every single time. His answer is better than what I would have said.
This will be the last question.
Ricky Bobby, 2048. That's who I'm voting for.
Our guy!
This is the last. Oh, wow. We've been here over an hour. That's amazing. Okay, I'm sorry. Those of you who didn't get to answer a question, I tried to be as quick as I could. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, I'm humbled and honored to be here. Recently, President Trump endorsed a candidate to run against Republican Representative Thomas Massie, who has opposed and criticized some of the Trump administration's aims. How would you address those who fear that principled disagreement or independent thinking is discouraged within the party because of how it can be framed as a betrayal, instead of as internal accountability or an opportunity for debate and negotiation?
So it's a very good question. And let me say, this one is hard for me. And the reason...
I want to know, almost a bunch of these people read their questions off of their phones, and they were well-framed questions, almost as if like they were workshopped with someone. And I'm wondering who workshopped these. I kind of doubt that this is just random people sitting down and going, okay, I'm going to ask a question, and so let me write it out in the best way possible. There were some who came up there and just kind of asked off the top of their heads. But I'm very curious to know who delivered these questions. Because like every single one of these questions seemed to touch on a slightly different thing. They're all, like I said, directly from right-wing Twitter, basically. And they really gave him the opportunity to shine. And this one is no difference.
Within the party because of how it can be framed as a betrayal, instead of as internal accountability or an opportunity for debate and negotiation?
So it's a very good question. And let me say, this one is hard for me. And the reason it's hard for me is because Thomas Massey and I is one of the first people that ever reached out to me about my book or about political office. I've known Thomas Massey well before I ever got involved in politics. Thomas's wife died well, maybe it was a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. It was a little while ago. She died very unexpectedly, was a very sweet and kind woman. And I was probably one of the first people that called Thomas to offer my condolences. I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massey has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023, where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it. But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies. And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not one issue, it's not 3 or 4 issues. It's that every time that we've needed Thomas for a vote, he has been completely unwilling to provide it. That is why the President of the United States has trained his ire on Thomas Massey. It's because we can never count on him for some of the most difficult votes. I wish that that weren't the case. I say that as somebody who's known Thomas well before I got into politics, but politics is politics. And when you always vote against the party, you can't expect the party to actually back you.
This is the thing that libertarians cannot get. He put it in perfectly into a sentence. Politics is politics. And when you always vote against the party, eventually you can't expect the party to have your back.
That's the reality. So, let me say just a couple of final things before I hit the road here. And one, it has been such an amazing honor to be with all of you this evening. I want to say 2 things. I want to say 2 things. Number one, when I was back in my agnostic days and I was thinking about returning to my faith, I remember talking to a friend of mine and actually talking about, a number of things. And he said something to me that was really interesting. And I was talking about all the things that were going wrong. I was looking to the future. I was talking about everything that was broken in the world. And I said to him, things are just really, really dark. And he stopped me in my tracks. He said, JD, you're right. There are a lot of things that are really dark out there, but despair is a sin. Now, I know not all of you are Christians, but for the Christians out there, I think it is very important to remember that despair is actually a sin. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to criticize.
The vice president is telling you no fucking black pilling.
It's okay to think that things aren't going well with a particular issue, but we are called to never give up hope. But I think one of the critical lessons of Charlie Kirk's life to his dying breath, this was a man who never lost hope in his creator and never lost hope in the United States of America. So let's remember that and carry that forward as a way to remember.
Following all of that up with going out of his way to say this at the very end. This is like, clearly he had this intentionally. I'm not going full tinfoil hat here, but it seems as if this was someone capitalized on the opportunity to speak from the administration through JD Vance to right-wing Twitter. Whether that was intentional or not, that's how it happened. That's exactly what happened here.
And the second thing that I want to say is, in line with despair being a sin, look, I imagine that I can tell most of you apparently agree with a lot of what I said. I'm sure that a lot of you disagree with some of the things that I've said. That's okay. We don't need, in our political movement, people who agree with us on every single issue. We got a couple of questions about Israel. We got a couple of questions about the National Guard deployments. We don't need somebody who agrees with us on every single question or every single issue. What we need is people of good faith who love the United States of America and are willing to work hard to save it. So when you look at all the accomplishments, you look at the accomplishments of the last 9 months. We inherited the worst border crisis in the history of the United States of America. We shut down the border, and net immigration is 2.5 million lower today than it was in 9 months. That means the total number of people that have been sent out of this country is 2.5 million. We have 2.5 million fewer illegal immigrants than we had. That's a great accomplishment. We inherited a terrible affordability crisis from Joe Biden, and I'm not going to tell you everything's perfect because it was a real bad situation that we inherited, but inflation is consistently below economists' expectations, and we're chipping away at it every single day. We inherited an economy where we had the largest trade deficit in the history of the United States of America in 9 months. Donald Trump's tariff policies have cut the American trade deficit by over half. That means we're making more of our own stuff, and we're actually employing American workers to do it. And all that is to say that very often, Charlie Kirk would call me and he would say, not attaboy, but he would say, do more, do more, do more. And I listened to Charlie because he was a dear friend and because I knew that he loved this country. My point is, the best way in your life to honor Charlie Kirk's legacy, it's not to despair, but to hope in the future of this country. If you disagree with something, then get involved in the movement to save this country. If you think that we could be doing more, then pick up the phone and get involved in the effort to change our minds and change the future of the United States of America in the process. My friends, the rebels of Ole Miss, despair is a sin. Do not give in to despair. Let's keep fighting to save the United States of America. Thank you and God bless you.
Our vice president, ladies and gentlemen. What was this here? Oh yeah, I'll save this for another time because I gotta get wrapped up and go do some trick or treating here. I'll post some pictures of Eastwood's costume on the next Astrolabe, which will either be there's the a very slim possibility I might wind up doing a labe tomorrow afternoon, but I don't think so. But maybe we'll see. Mark Levin has posted this outstanding National Review editorial. It's time to choose. That includes every candidate for public office. The 2028 GOP presidential primary will be decisive. A time for choosing on anti-Semitism. I will read through that because I do agree with Mr. Rhett Koppel here, mostly peaceful jawbone enthusiast, that this is a veiled warning to Vance. And I do agree that the 2028 presidential primary will be decisive. I just don't believe that it's going to be decisive in the way that Mr. Levinberg thinks here. And last but not least, our guy. Just look at him. Just look at him. Our frickin' guy. Incredible. Oh, got a tip in here. I missed this when it came in earlier. Hey, come on. Herr Stancil!
I cannot wait until the rule of Chancellor Vance during the second half of the 10,000-year Kristallreich.
Kristallreich. So true! So true, Herr Stancil! Alrighty, guys. That is the last lab. The last lab of October. Next time I talk to you guys, it'll be November. So hopefully you guys go enjoy your Halloween, enjoy the trick-or-treating, spending time with family. Make sure you go to church on Sunday. I'll be back for whenever the next lab is, whether it's tomorrow or Monday. I will be back for that. And make sure, put on your calendar, Monday evening, 9 p.m. Eastern, over on Miranchuk Now. I will be talking to Mr. Jason Miranchuk, along with Mr. Ben Luigi, Orthodox Luigi, and Cleaved Antiquity. Will be for Meet the Blessed. We'll be having that conversation. Make sure you guys catch that on Monday evening. And have yourselves a good weekend. Appreciate all the support. Thank you so much for getting... Oh yeah, post the Friday video. Thank you. I will make sure that I get that posted. Yes, I'll make sure that I get that posted. I won't be able to do it immediately here because Amy's waiting on me. But I will make sure I get that posted tonight. So be on the lookout for that, Ozarker Pleb. Thank you, man, for reminding me. Thank you guys for your contributions to my streamer salary this month. We ended up doing pretty good. This is acceptable. This will keep Amy as satisfied. She'll tell me that I did a good job, and so that's all that matters. If you would like to contribute, of course, you can always do that even away from the live show. Tips.kingpill.com for the Streamlabs link. I'll make sure I read it on the show. Or there's Venmo and Cash App Patel. King Pilled for both of those, and buymeacoffee.com/kingpilled. Also, you can subscribe, be a paying subscriber on Substack, King Pilled Substack. That's it is free to follow, but you can subscribe, or you can subscribe here on Kick as well. And of course, the best thing you could possibly do for your own self, for your own sake, join the single best community on the internet, the King Pilled Discord, kingpilled.com. Go join up and get in proximity to patriots. I love all of you. Have yourselves a happy Halloween, and I will see you on the next Labe. Until then, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, I'm not